meeting of the committee will come to order. Over the past 25 years, a sophisticated campaign has been waged to privatize government services. The theory is that corporations can deliver government services better and at a lower cost than the government. Over the last 6 years, this theory has been put into practice. The result is that privatization has exploded. For every taxpayer dollar spent on federal programs, over 40 cents now goes to private contractors. Our government now outsources even the oversight of the outsourcing. At home, core government functions like tax collection and emergency response have been contracted out. Abroad, companies like Halliburton and Blackwater have made billions performing tasks that used to be done by our nation's military forces. What's been missing is a serious evaluation of whether the promises of privatizing are actually realized. Inside our government, it has become an article of faith that outsourcing is best. Today, we're going to examine the impact of privatization on our military forces. We will focus on a specific example, the outsourcing of military functions to Blackwater, a private military contractor providing protective services to U.S. officials in Iraq. We will seek to answer basic questions. Is Blackwater a private military contractor helping or hurting our efforts in Iraq? Is the government doing enough to hold Blackwater accountable for alleged misconduct? And what are the costs to the federal taxpayers? I want to thank Eric Prince, Blackwater's founder and CEO, for his cooperation in this hearing. As a general rule, children from wealthy and politically connected families no longer serve in the military. Mr. Prince is an exception. He enlisted in the Navy in 1992 and joined the Navy SEALs in 1993, where he served for 4 years. And we thank you for that service. In 1997, he saw an opportunity to start his own company and created Blackwater. And he has said, quote, "We're trying to do for the national security apparatus what FedEx did for the Postal Service," end quote. There may be no federal contractor in America that has grown more rapidly than Blackwater over the last 7 years. In 2000, Blackwater had just $204,000 in government contracts. Since then, it has received over $1 billion in federal contracts. More than half of these contracts were awarded without full and open competition. Privatizing is working exceptionally well for Blackwater. The question for this hearing is whether outsourcing to Blackwater is a good deal for the American taxpayer, whether it's a good deal for the military, and whether it's serving our national interest in Iraq. The first part of that question is cost. We know that sergeants in the military generally cost the government between $50,000 to $70,000 per year. We also know that a comparable position at Blackwater costs the federal government over $400,000, 6 times as much. Defense Secretary Gates testified about this problem last week. He said Blackwater charges the government so much that it can lure highly trained soldiers out of our forces to work for them. He is now taking the unprecedented step of considering whether to ask our troops to sign a non-compete agreement to prevent the U.S. military from becoming a taxpayer-funded training program for private contractors. There are also serious questions about Blackwater's performance. The September 16th shooting that killed at least 11 Iraqis is just the latest in a series of troubling Blackwater incidents. Earlier this year, our committee examined the company's mistakes in Fallujah, where 4 contractors were killed and their bodies burned. That incident triggered a major battle in the Iraq War. New documents indicate that there have been a total of 195 shooting incidents involving Blackwater forces since 2005. Blackwater's contract says the company is hired to provide defensive services. But in most of these incidents, it was Blackwater forces who fired first. We have also learned that 122 Blackwater employees, 1/7 of the company's current workforce in Iraq, have been terminated for improper conduct. We have the best troops in the world. The men and women in our armed forces are extraordinarily able and dedicated. Their pay does not reflect their value, but they don't complain. So I have a high bar when I ask whether Blackwater and other private military contractors can meet the performance standards of our soldiers. In recent days, military leaders have said that Blackwater's missteps in Iraq are going to hurt us badly. One senior U.S. military official said Blackwater's actions are creating resentment among Iraqis that, quote, may be worse than Abu Ghraib, end quote. If these observations are true, they mean that our reliance on a private military contractor is backfiring. The committee's investigation raises as many questions about the State Department's oversight of Blackwater as it does about Blackwater itself. On December 24th, 2006, a drunken Blackwater contractor shot the guard of the Iraqi vice president. This didn't happen out on a mission protecting diplomats. It occurred inside the protected green zone. If this had happened in the United States, the contractor would have been arrested and a criminal investigation launched. If a drunken U.S. soldier had killed an Iraqi guard, the soldier would have faced a court-martial. But all that has happened to the Blackwater contractor is that he has lost his job. The State Department advised Blackwater how much to pay the family to make the problem go away, and then allowed the contractor to leave Iraq just 36 hours after the shooting. Incredibly, internal emails document a debate over the size of the payment. The charge d'affaires recommended $250,000 payment, but this was cut to $15,000 because the Diplomatic Security Service said Iraqis would try to get themselves killed for such a large payout. Well, it's hard to read these emails and not come to the conclusion that the State Department is acting as Blackwater's enabler. If Blackwater and other companies are really providing better service at a lower cost, the experiment of privatizing is working. But if the costs are higher and performance is worse, then I don't understand why we're doing this. It makes no sense to pay more for less. We will examine this issue today, and facts, not ideology, need to guide us here. Yesterday, the FBI announced that it launched a criminal investigation into Blackwater's actions on September 16. This morning, the Justice Department sent a letter to the committee asking that in light of this development, the committee not take testimony at this time about the events of September 16th. Our precedent on this committee is that Congress has an independent right to this information. But in this case, Ranking Member Davis and I have conferred, and we have agreed to postpone any public discussion of this issue as we work with the Department to obtain the information that the committee lacks. For the same reason, at the request of the Justice Department, I'll ask our witness, Mr. Prince, and our State Department witnesses on the second panel not to discuss the September 16th incident in this public setting today. The last point I want to make is directed to the families of the Blackwater employees killed in Fallujah and the families of the soldiers killed in a tragic and unnecessary accident with Blackwater Airlines, some of whom are here today. I know many of you believe that Blackwater has been unaccountable to anyone in our government. I want you to know that Blackwater will be accountable today. We'll be asking some tough questions about disturbing actions, and I also want to assure Mr. Prince that we will be fair. And we will not tolerate any demonstrations or disturbances from anyone attending this hearing. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to Mr. Prince's testimony. I want to recognize the ranking member, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Waxman. You know, security contractors have been working at U.S. diplomatic posts for more than 20 years. But their extensive use in the midst of ongoing military conflict raises important new questions about the ability of government acquisition officials to manage and oversee those contracts, the vetting and training of security personnel, and how best to control and coordinate private security firms in a complex, highly dangerous battle space. Contracts for the use of force in war also pose legitimate questions about the propriety of hiring private firms to perform such a public, some would say inherently governmental function. But those complex questions won't be addressed responsibly by fixating on the operations of any one company, nor are we likely to learn much by focusing on one sensational incident still under investigation. So we appreciate Chairman Waxman agreeing to add testimony from State Department witnesses today. They will discuss overall management of the competitively awarded Worldwide Personnel Protective Services contract under which Blackwater and 2 other firms provide security services in Iraq. And we take the Chairman at his word there will be additional hearings to examine the broader range of important oversight issues implicated in the use of security contractors in hostile environments. Contractor personnel working in support of diplomatic and military activities abroad have become an inescapable fact of modern life. Today, they provide everything from logistics and engineering services to food preparation, laundry, housing, construction, and, of course, security. They offer invaluable surge capacity and contingent capabilities federal agencies can't afford to keep in-house. By some estimates, the number of private contractors now exceeds total U.S. military personnel in Iraq. But the presence of so many foreigners, particularly so many with guns, offends some Iraqis and gives others a pretext to incite mistrust and violence. To paraphrase the title of one recent study of the phenomena, Iraqis fear they can't live with private security contractors. U.S. personnel believe they can't live without them. So it's critical the Departments of State and Defense get it right when they contract for sensitive security services in someone else's sovereign territory. However you define success in Iraq, from stay the course to immediate withdrawal, and every scenario in between, security contractors are going to play an integral part. The inevitable redeployment of U.S. military units out of the current urban battle space will only increase the need for well-trained and well-managed private security forces to fill that vacuum and protect diplomatic and reconstruction efforts. As the lead editorial of this morning's Washington Post concluded, it is foolish to propose the elimination of private security firms in Iraq and Afghanistan, at least in the short term. Contract documents and incident reports reviewed by the committee suggest the State Department is trying to get it right. There's clear evidence of proactive management and oversight of security contractors in Iraq. The State Department requires specific qualifications and rigorous ongoing training for all contract security personnel, including extensive prior security experience and firearms proficiency. Those hired must also undergo background investigations and qualify for a security clearance. And the contract contains carefully crafted, comprehensive provisions of standards of conduct for security personnel, strict rules for the use of any type of force, and extensive reporting requirements when any incident occurs. But State Department oversight of security contractors seems to have some blind spots as well. There's little aggregate or comparative data on contractor performance, so it's impossible to know if one company's rate of weapons-related incidents is the product of a dangerous cowboy culture or the predictable result of conducting higher-risk missions. And incidents of erratic and dangerous behavior by security personnel from all the companies involved, not just Blackwater, are handled with little or no regard to Iraqi law. Usually the bad actor is simply whisked out of the country, whether the offense is a civilian casualty, negligent discharge of a weapon, alcohol or drug abuse, or destruction of property. To date, there has not been a single successful prosecution of a security provider in Iraq for criminal misconduct. Iraqis understandably resent our preaching about the rule of law when so visible an element of the U.S. presence there appears to be above the law. That's why the events of September 16 sparked such an outcry by the Iraqi government, which sees unpunished assaults on civilians as a threat to national sovereignty. The incident is also being used by those seeking to exploit accumulated resentments and draw attacks on private contractors, a force even the Iraqi government concedes is still a vital layer of security. Given that volatile environment, we should take care not to prejudge the ongoing investigations into events of that day. Published eyewitness statements provide very contradictory accounts. But this much we know. Standard operating procedures for personnel security details dictate getting protected persons in U.S. vehicles away from an incident as quickly as possible. No one stays to secure the scene or to help frighten civilians. That's not their job. So we may never know who or how many shot first. In the time it takes to hide an AK-47, murderous insurgents and corrupt Iraqi police can be transformed into martyred civilians. We need to look at the proper role of security contractors in a war zone, not through the clouded lens of one company or one uncertain incident, but with a clear-eyed, objective view of what best serves the interests of U.S. personnel in theater and U.S. taxpayers at home. I look forward to that discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. While the rules do not provide opening statements for all members at a hearing, Mr. Davis and I have consulted about this, and I'd like to ask unanimous consent that we have 4 members on each side designated by the chairman and the ranking member to be permitted to give a 2-minute statement. When we begin the questioning, we will begin with 10 minutes controlled by the chairman and 10 minutes controlled by the ranking member. And I'd further like to ask unanimous consent that Jan Schakowsky be permitted, who is not a member of this committee, be permitted to join us at this hearing today. Is there any objection to this unanimous consent request? If not, that will be the order. I'd like to now call on for 2 minutes. It would be Mr. Tierney for his statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the fundamental question here ought to be whether or not it makes sense to contract out in the first place. We really need to reevaluate our use of private military contractors and determine what roles are appropriate or not for private firms, and what must be kept in control of those in uniform or those in public service. You know, the all-voluntary professional force after the Vietnam War employed the so-called Abrams Doctrine. The idea was that we wouldn't go to war without the sufficient backing of the nation. Outsourcing has circumvented this doctrine. It allows the administration to almost double the force size without any political price being paid. We have too few regular troops, and if we admitted that and tried to put in more, the administration would have to admit it was wrong in the way it prosecuted this war originally. It would have to recognize the impact on drawing forces out of Afghanistan. If we call up even more National Guard or reservists, then it would cause even more of a protest among the people in this country that are already not sold on the Iraq venture. And if we relied more on our allies, they would have had to share the power, share the decision-making, and share the contract work. So private contractors have allowed, essentially, this administration to add additional forces without paying any political capital. Very little conversation goes into the number of people dedicated to their jobs in the private sector that are being killed or injured on a regular basis. Figures by one account are some 9 individuals a week losing their lives in the service of private contracting that are not counted in the figures of casualties reported to the American people. Outsourcing, as you indicated, Mr. Chairman, seemed to increase the costs, not decrease the costs, and I hope we get into the numbers on that as the hearing goes on. It seems to be harming the very counterinsurgency effort that General Petraeus seems to want to implement, and we have far too few government managers to oversee the situation. We need more accountability. We need to clarify and update our laws. We need to restore the government's ability to manage any such contracts. We need to punish corporations that commit fraud or undermine our security. But basically, we need to reconsider which jobs should be private and which jobs should remain in the public sector. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tierney. Chair would like to now recognize Mr. McHenry for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And while we are the investigative committee of Congress, I believe it's irresponsible when an ongoing investigation in the executive branch is trying to establish the facts of the September 16th event that we called before this committee, contractors involved with that. Establishing those facts are included in those 2 ongoing investigations, and I believe it's irresponsible for us to convict before the executive branch has first established the facts of what did occur with the Blackwater incident in Baghdad. Blackwater's protected dozens, if not hundreds, of members of Congress, including myself and members of this committee, when they traveled to Afghanistan and Iraq. I, for one, am grateful for their service. Not one single member of Congress has been injured nor killed under Blackwater protection, and for that I'm grateful. Let me be clear, we should not speculate on the actions of the men on September 16th. Those facts are not yet established. We need to get the facts on the record on these contradicting reports that are coming from media sources. Much is not clear. We have conflicting media reports written by reporters who were not present for the events. We do not yet have an authoritative report from the executive branch based on eyewitness accounts. Today, we should be reviewing the rules of contracting, investigating whether companies are following those rules, the legal ramifications, and whether the system of contracting should be modified and improved. These are the issues that we should be dealing with today. For the loss of any human life, justice must be served. With thousands of soldiers, diplomats, and contractors risking their lives in such a dangerous region of the world, we should exercise patience in this process and let's deal in solid facts, not simply follow the front trial lawyers, which this committee, it appears, has done over the last 9 months.
Gentleman's
Again,
time has expired.
contracting is the liberal cause du jour, and we should move past that and ensure that we have proper government service. Thank you.
Ms. Maloney, recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Waxman and Ranking Member Davis, for holding today's hearing to examine the heavy reliance upon private security contractors in Iraq and Afghanistan. There have been troubling reports about incidents involving Blackwater, where Iraqi civilians have been killed, and there have been many troubling reports. Today, we are basically going to examine the privatization of the military. What are the costs and what are the consequences of privatizing our military? Blackwater guards are highly trained and in some cases have been brave, yet they make 6 times more than our own military. And coming from a military family where my father served in World War II and my brother in Vietnam, I do not believe that the Blackwater guards are any more brave or more committed or more disciplined or more effective than the American Armed Services. So our basic question, mine is today, is why are we using this service, contracting out, privatizing our military to an organization that has been aggressive and I would say in some cases reckless in the handling of their duties. And there are many questions we have on accountability and basically why are we doing this? We were told that we were going to contract out these security services to save the government money. But in fact, it is costing significantly more to pay Blackwater than it would for our own military to perform these duties. And their actions has really undermined our effectiveness in Iraq. Thank you.
Time has expired. Mr. Burton, recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no objection to this kind of a hearing, but what really concerns me is that there appears to be a rush to judgment, and I don't think that should happen. It's going to be thoroughly investigated in Iraq by Iraqis and American officials, and until we get that, we won't know exactly what happened or who might have made a mistake or who might have done something they shouldn't have done. And so while the hearing here is okay, I hope everybody, including the media, will know that this is not the final report on this. There's going to be a complete investigation. I'd like to give you a few facts. There have been 3,073 missions in the last 9 months over there by private contractors. There were 77 involving them using weapons. There have been 54,000 recorded attacks, 6,000 a month, and there have been a lot of these contractors who've lost their lives. Since 2004, there have been 42 security contractors killed, and 76 have been wounded. This is a time when we should reevaluate or evaluate the procedures that are being used over there. If we find, after the investigation, there have been errors in judgment or somebody made a downright conscious mistake, then things need to be changed. I would just like to say one more time, It's important to have these hearings. Congress needs to know what went on over there, but there should not be a rush to judgment. And I'd like to say one other thing. There has not been one congressman or one public official that's been killed while under the protection of these people, and that should account for something. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back to my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes Mr. Cumming.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In light of the last statement that was just made, it's not about Blackwater and what they do, that they may have done some good things. The question is whether there's accountability. Blackwater, we have to question in this hearing whether it created a shadow military of mercenary forces that are not accountable to the United States government or to anyone else. Blackwater appears to have fostered a culture of shoot first and sometimes kill, and then ask the questions. Blackwater has been involved in at least 195 escalation of force incidents since 2005, an average of 1.4 shooting incidents per week. We must seriously reassess whether these practices are undermining our ability to accomplish our mission in Iraq. We must also reassess how Blackwater not only affects our mission in Iraq, but also how it may negatively affect our foreign relations efforts in the Middle East, these same neighboring states that we need to utilize as vehicles to spur multilateral and bilateral support as to create a political reconciliation in Iraq. This is about accountability, and I'm going to be very interested to hear what Mr. Prince has to say about that accountability. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The chair recognizes Mr. Issa for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's been made incredibly clear by the previous statements on the Democrat side that this is not about Blackwater. When they talk about being paid 6 times as much, when they talk about the president shouldn't have gone into this war, when they talk about, what we're hearing today is in fact a repeat of the MoveOn.org attack on General Petraeus' patriotism. What we're seeing is that except for the 79 members who voted against denouncing MoveOn.org, 8 of whom are on the dais here today, what we're seeing is what they couldn't do to our men and women in uniform, they'll simply switch targets. The bodies were not culled in Iraq before this became a story worth going after here in committee. The second panel today will include people from the State Department who will tell us about the command and control rules, about whether or not Blackwater made mistakes, whether they did their job, and whether they're going to be continued as a contractor. That's appropriate. I'm not here to defend Blackwater, but I am here to defend General Petraeus and the men and women in uniform who do their job, who were first denounced by MoveOn.org, then not denounced by members of Congress, many of whom are on the dais today, speaking as though they don't support attacking every possible way the administration's war in Iraq. We are going to get to the bottom of what happened on September 16th. But quite frankly, when we're done with that, we're still going to have the same problem, with all due respect to the members on the other side of the aisle. We do not want the military guarding State Department personnel. There is a long tradition, in fact, of very limited military guarding of even our embassies, a limited amount of Marines. The fact is the State Department has a surge responsibility in Iraq and Afghanistan. They're meeting with private contractors. When that ends, do we really want to have 1,500 special ops people working for the State Department in career positions? I have looked forward to the debate on that and not on whether this war was ill-founded, which has been the Democrats' mantra.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair would now turn to Mr. Kucinich for 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, a British polling agency has determined that more than 1 million Iraqi citizens have died as a result of the Iraq War. Opinion research business found that the death rate rose. Almost 1 in 2 households in Baghdad have lost a family member since the invasion began in 2003. This report confirms the results of a survey released last fall by Lancet, the prestigious medical magazine, which gave a conservative estimate of 650,000 innocent civilian deaths. Now, this great human tragedy is taking place in many forms. In today's hearing, we are investigating Blackwater's outrageous behavior that has killed countless innocent Iraqis. and I'm deeply concerned that the Department of State appears to have attempted to cover up Blackwater's killings rather than seek appropriate remedies. What are the implications of killing an innocent Iraqi? What is this government's position on the killing of innocent Iraqis by a U.S. Citizen? If war is privatized and private contractors have a vested interest in keeping the war going, the longer the war goes on, the more money they make. 84% of the shooting incidents involving Blackwater are where they fired first, and Blackwater did not remain at the scene. So Blackwater's shoot first and don't ask questions later approach undermines the United States position and jeopardizes the safety of our soldiers. How much more do we need to know to conclude that the war against Iraq has been a disaster for the Iraqi people and for the people of this country as well? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back at time. All opening statements have been concluded. Mr. Prince, excuse me, there is one more. Mr. Micah for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Well, let me try to frame the context of this hearing. Been on the committee for some 15 years, and you know, from the outset, the Democrat side and the majority have tried to discredit the president. In fact, I have a quote from a press release from Chairman Waxman January 10th. As part of President Bush's revised strategy for Iraq, he appears likely to propose giving large sums of taxpayer dollars to decrepit and possibly corrupt state-owned Iraqi companies. So we started first in these hearings to try to discredit the president. We've tried to discredit the ambassador. We tried to discredit the Secretary of Defense. We did a great job in trying to discredit the military here, and then we worked on the Iraqi government. So now we're down to some of the contractors. So this is the hearing to discredit them. And probably one of the reasons why is there's some bad news for the other side. Today, it's on page 15. It's a 48% drop in deaths in Iraq in 1 month. So they don't want that good news to get out. But on the front page, you want the other killings by Blackwater, the contractors were going after today. Now, if they're really intent on going after the contractors, and I don't know what happened on the 16th, I don't know what happened in other incidents, but if they're really intent on going after criminal misconduct, then we have a letter from the Department of Justice. We have some words about not interfering in this process, but we are interfering with both a Department of State investigation and a criminal misconduct investigation, potentially criminal charges. And let me quote from some of the words. This presents serious challenges for any potential criminal prosecution. And then they cite case law. So my concern, if we really want to do this, we should not be holding this hearing. Therefore, I move that the committee do now adjourn.
Motion's before us to adjourn. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes have it, and the motion is defeated. We have a witness now, and I'd like to call forward Eric Prince, who is the head of the Prince Group, LLC, and Blackwater, USA. Mr. Prince, please come forward. Mr. Prince, it's the practice of this committee that all witnesses take an oath before they testify. If you please raise your right hand. You promise to solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please be seated. The record will indicate that the witness answered in the affirmative. I do want to say, Mr. Prince, that there have been press reports over the past 2 weeks regarding the recent incident on September 16th, and there have been conflicting accounts of what actually happened on the ground. I know that you had prepared to address this incident today, as did our other witnesses, and no doubt our members did too. So I just want to note that for the record that the request to refrain from public comment came from the Justice Department, not Mr. Prince and not from anyone else, and I want to thank him for complying with that Justice Department request. I know you've been prepared to talk about it, but we would ask you please not to go into that incident. Before you begin, just push the button on the mic.
Is that better?
Yep. Okay, please proceed however you see fit.
Chairman Waxman, Congressman Davis, members of the committee, my name is Eric Prince, and I am the chairman and CEO of the Prince Group in Blackwater, USA. Blackwater is a team of dedicated professionals who provide training to America's military and law enforcement communities and risk their lives to protect Americans in harm's way overseas. Under the direction and oversight of the United States government, Blackwater provides an opportunity for military and law enforcement veterans with a record of honorable service to continue their support to the United States. Words alone cannot express the respect I have for these brave men and women who volunteered to defend U.S. personnel, facilities, and diplomatic missions. I am proud to be there to represent them today. After almost 5 years in active service as a U.S. Navy SEAL, I founded Blackwater in 1997. I wanted to offer the military and law enforcement communities assistance by providing expert instruction in world-class training venues. 10 years later, Blackwater trains approximately 500 members of the United States military and law enforcement agencies every day. After 9/11, when the U.S. began its stabilization efforts in Afghanistan and then Iraq, the United States government called upon Blackwater to fill the need for protective services in hostile areas. Blackwater responded immediately. We are extremely proud of answering that call and supporting our country. Blackwater personnel supporting our country's overseas missions are all military and law enforcement veterans, many of whom have recent military deployments. No individual protected by Blackwater has ever been killed or seriously injured. There is no better evidence of the skill and dedication of these men. At the same time, 30 brave men have made the ultimate sacrifice while working for Blackwater and its affiliates. Numerous others have been wounded and permanently maimed. The entire Blackwater family mourns the loss of these brave lives. Our thoughts and our prayers are with their families. The areas of Iraq in which we operate are particularly dangerous and challenging. Blackwater personnel are subject to regular attacks by terrorists and other nefarious forces within Iraq. We are the targets of the same ruthless enemies that have killed more than 3,800 American military personnel and thousands of innocent Iraqis. Any incident where Americans are attacked serves as a reminder of the hostile environment in which our professionals work to keep American officials and dignitaries safe, including visiting members of Congress. In doing so, more American service members are available to fight the enemy. Blackwater shares the committee's interest in ensuring the accountability and oversight of contract personnel supporting U.S. operations. The company and its personnel are already accountable under and subject to numerous statutes, treaties, and regulations of the United States. Blackwater looks forward to working with Congress and the executive branch to ensure that any necessary improvements to these laws and policies are implemented. The Worldwide Personal Protection Services contract, which has been provided to this committee, was competitively awarded and details almost every aspect of operation and contractor performance, including the hiring, vetting guidelines, background checks, screening, training standards, rules of force, and conduct standards. In Iraq, Blackwater reports to the embassy's regional security officer, or RSO. All Blackwater movements and operations are directed by the RSO. In conjunction with internal company procedures and controls, the RSO ensures that Blackwater complies with all relevant contractual terms and conditions, as well as any applicable laws and regulations. We have approximately 1,000 professionals serving today in Iraq as part of our nation's total force. Blackwater does not engage in offensive or military missions, but performs only defensive security functions. My understanding of the September 16 incident is that the Department of State and the FBI are conducting a full investigation, but those results are not yet available. We at Blackwater welcome the FBI review announced yesterday, and we will cooperate fully and look forward to receiving their conclusions. I just want to put some other things in perspective. A recent report from the Department of State stated that in 2007, Blackwater has conducted 1,873 security details for diplomatic visits to the red zone, areas outside the green zone in Iraq. And there have been only 56 incidences in which weapons were discharged, or less than 3% of all movements. In 2006, Blackwater conducted over 6,500 diplomatic movements in the red zone. Weapons were discharged in less than 1% of those missions. To the extent there is any loss of innocent life ever, let me be clear that I consider that tragic. Every life, whether American or Iraqi, is precious. I stress to the committee and to the American public, however, that I believe we acted appropriately at all times. I am prepared to answer your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prince. I'm going to start off with the questions. think my mic's on. The issue before us that I see that's important to understand is we've gone now in a major way to contract out what the government and what the military ordinarily do. Your company started off at the beginning 2001 with, I think, around over $200,000 in government contracts. You now are making over $1 billion a year. That's quite a success. Even if I'm wrong on the exact numbers, it's quite a success. Now, we're paying a lot of money for privatized military to do the work that our military people have done. And no one does this work better than the U.S. military. They're very, very able and brave and courageous people that do a fantastic job for us. So the question in my mind is, are we paying more and getting less? And in asking that question, I want to focus on a particular incident. That incident received almost no public attention, but involved the tragic loss of 3 of our troops. And my staff has reviewed the documents describing the incident, and they prepared a memo which I'd like, without objection, to make part of the record. On November 27, 2004, there was a plane run by Blackwater Aviation that crashed into a wall of a canyon in the mountains of Afghanistan. This plane was carrying 3 military personnel and 3 active duty U.S. personnel, Lieutenant Colonel Michael McMahon, Chief Warrant Officer Travis Grogan, and Specialist Harley Miller. About 40 minutes after takeoff, Blackwater 61 crashed into the wall of a canyon, and all of the occupants were killed. The crash was investigated by a joint Army and Air Force task force and by the National Transportation Safety Board. The NTSB report found that Blackwater captain and first officer behaved unprofessionally, were deliberately flying the non-standard route low through the valley for fun. The report found that the pilots were unfamiliar with the route, deviated almost immediately after takeoff, and failed to maintain adequate terrain clearance. They also had a transcript of the cockpit voice recording. And on this recording, the flight crew joked with each other, saying, "You're an X-Wing fighter Star Wars man, and you're expletive right. This is fun." The captain stated, "I swear to God, they wouldn't pay me if they knew how much fun this was," end quote. Mr. Prince, one allegation raised recently about Blackwater's action is that your contractors have acted irresponsibly. One senior U.S. commander told the Washington Post, quote, "They often act like cowboys," end quote. Let me ask you about that crash of Blackwater Flight 61. In this case, did Blackwater's pilots act responsibly, or were they, in the words of the U.S. commander, acting like cowboys?
I disagree with the assertion that they acted like cowboys. We provide a very reliable, valuable service to the Air Force and the Army in Afghanistan. Anytime you have an accident, it's an accident. Something could have been done better. It is not a Part 135 U.S. type flying operation. There's no flight services. There's no flight routes. There's no nav aids. It is truly rugged Alaska-style bush flying.
Well, the investigators said from the National Transportation Safety Board that Blackwater Aviation violated its own policies by assigning 2 pilots without adequate flying experience in Afghanistan. And according to the military report, it was your policy, Blackwater policy, that required at least one of the pilots to have flown in theater for at least a month, but neither pilot had flown for that long, and neither had flown the route they were assigned that day. And this is clear in the cockpit voice recording. Right after takeoff, the Blackwater captain said, quote, "I hope I'm going into the right valley." The first officer replied, "This one or that one?" The captain then apparently guessed which valley to fly, saying, "I'm just going to go up this one." The flight mechanic later observed, "We don't normally go this route." Why didn't Blackwater follow its own policies and team new pilots with more experienced ones? Why did you have 2 inexperienced pilots together?
I'm not qualified to speak to the experience level of the pilots. I will tell you that we are operating under military control. In fact, the aircraft was set to take off with 2 passengers on board, and they actually turned around and for the lieutenant colonel, who I believe who boarded late. There was also it violated the military violated its policy by loading both ammunition. That aircraft was also flying with a large number of illumination mortar rounds, and they're not supposed to mix packs and cargo. But again, we followed our customers' instructions. Yes, accidents happen. We've provided thousands and thousands of flight hours of reliable service since then. Today, still, we're flying more than 1,000 missions a month.
But on that one, the investigators found that Blackwater failed to follow standard precautions to track flights, failed to file a flight plan, failed to maintain emergency communications in case of an accident, and tragically, these failures may have cost the life of the crash's sole survivor, because one of the military people that you were escorting, or your flight was escorting, evidently survived for at least 10 hours after the crash. He suffered internal injuries, but he got out of the plane to urinate, he smoked a cigarette, he rolled out a sleeping bag, and nobody came, and then he died of cold from inattention. There was no way, as required, for anybody to know where that plane had landed, even though that's a requirement. I have an email that I want to read to you. It was sent on November 10, 2004, 16 days before the crash. It's from Paul Hooper, Blackwater, Afghanistan site manager, and it was sent to John Haidt, Vice President for Operations for Blackwater Aviations. In it, Mr. Hooper says Blackwater knowingly hired pilots with background and experience shortfalls. Here's what he wrote. By necessity, the initial group hired to support the Afghanistan operation did not meet the criteria identified in email traffic and had some background and experience shortfalls overlooked in favor of getting the requisite number of personnel on board to start up the contract. One of the great ironies of this accident is that while the aircraft was being piloted by an inexperienced Blackwater pilot, a skilled military pilot with an exemplary safety record, Lieutenant Colonel Michael McMahon, was on board the flight as a passenger. And this is what his widow wrote to me. She is Colonel Jeanette McMahon, and she works at West Point. She said, Mike, like Mr. Prince, was a CEO of sorts in the military. As an aviation commander, and as such had amassed a great safety record in his unit. It's ironic and unfortunate that he had to be a passenger on this plane versus one of the people responsible for its safe operation. Some would say it was simply a tragic accident, but this accident was due to the gross lack of judgment in managing this company. Mr. Prince, Colonel McMahon is asking why the taxpayers should be paying your company millions to conduct military transport missions over dangerous terrain when the military's own pilots are better trained and a lot less expensive. How do you respond?
We were hired to fill that void because there is a different, it's a different kind of airlift mission going in and out of the very short strips in Afghanistan. You have high altitude, short strips, unimproved runways, and you have transport aircraft that are designed to support a large conventional battle. We're doing small missions. Typical CASA payload maxes out at 4,000 pounds. They can't even haul that because of the short altitude or the high altitude short strips they have to go in and out of. To hauling mail, hauling parts, we're filling that gap because these strips are too small for C-17s. They're too small for C-130s. They're going in and out of places that the military can't get to with the existing aircraft they have. That's why we're doing that mission.
You're saying that the military could not do this job?
They did not have the assets to do it in theater or back in the United States, no, sir.
And they could have acquired those assets, however. Instead, they hired you.
I believe the Congress has seen fit to proceed with some sort of aircraft acquisition program to fill that void going forward. But this is a temporary service to fill that gap.
Well, we've been in Iraq for 5 years now. The pilots of Blackwater 61 paid for their errors with their lives. But I'm wondering whether there was any corporate accountability for Blackwater. Were any sanctions placed on the company after the investigative reports that were so critical of Blackwater were released?
Anytime there's an accident, a company always should be introspective and look back and see what can be done to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Well, aside from your introspection, were you ever penalized in any way? Were you ever fined or suspended or reprimanded or placed on probation?
I believe the Air Force investigated the incident, and they found that it was pilot error. It was not due to corporate error that caused the mistake or the crash of the aircraft.
Well, my time's up, but the corporation hired inexperienced pilots. They sent them on a route they didn't know about. They didn't even follow your own rules. It seems to me that it's more than pilot error. There ought to be corporate responsibility, and Blackwater was the corporation involved. Aside from your introspection, you've just been awarded a new contract for almost $92 million. I want to see whether you're getting a stick as well as all these carrots. Mr. Davis, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just say, I mean, I think if there's a question if this should be in or out, if the private companies are doing work in the Army, that really ought to be addressed to the Defense Department and the State Department.
Mr. Chairman, would you, Mr. Ranking Member, would you yield for a question?
I would.
Since I wasn't here during the Clinton administration, did Mr. Waxman and this committee investigate Secretary Brown's crash in which he was killed? That was a military flight, C-130, I believe. Was that investigated?
I wasn't here. I was not here at that point, but I understand the question.
Crashes happen in bad weather.
The gentleman will yield to me.
I'd be happy.
That crash was investigated, and the gentleman would be able to get the report of that investigations.
Let me yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina.
I thank the ranking member for yielding. Mr. Prince, can you describe to the committee the nature of your contract, who your client is in Iraq?
In Iraq, we work for the Department of State.
And what is the service you provide for the Department of State?
We operate under the Worldwide Personal Protective Services contract, and we are charged with protecting diplomats, reconstruction officials, and visiting CODELs, members of Congress, and their staffs.
And in the last, since in this calendar year, how many missions have you had in Iraq?
1,873.
How many incidents occurred during those 1,873 movements?
Only 56 incidents.
All right. And a movement is, for instance, you take a member of Congress lands at the airstrip, they're transported to the embassy. That's one movement. Is that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And 56 incidents out of 1,873 movements in a war zone. Is that correct?
Resulted in a discharge of one of our guys' weapons.
Which, those 56 incidents, does that mean that they shot at someone? Describe what an incident is.
Yes. We don't even record all the times that our guys receive fire. The vehicles get shot at on a daily basis, multiple times a day. So that's not something we even record. In this case, you have an incident is a defensive measure. You're responding to an IED attack followed by small arms fire. Most of the attacks we get in Iraq are complex, meaning it's not just one bad thing, it's a host of bad things. Car bomb followed by a small arms attack. RPGs followed by sniper fire. An incident occurs typically when our men fear for their life. They're not able to extract themselves from the situation. They have to use sufficient defensive fire to get off the X, to get off that place where the bad guys have tried to kill Americans that day.
So in 1,873 missions, 56 incidents occurred, which means potentially it means the Blackwater individual, the former soldier in most cases, discharges the weapon, perhaps in the air. Is that a possibility?
It's not likely into the air. It's going to be directed at someone that's shooting at us. Or another real problem, you know, the recent Washington Post series on IEDs in Iraq, 81,000 IED attacks. The bad guys have figured out how to make a precision weapon. You take a car, you pack it with explosives, and you put a suicidal person in there that wants to drive into the back of a convoy and blow themselves up.
Additional question here. So those 56 incidents pretty much all involved returning fire. A caravan is being shot at, for instance, and you would return fire, or a potential car bomb is coming at you and you're returning.
A potential car bomb, yes. A defensive fire or potential car bombs going, potentially coming near you, you have to warn them off. There's a whole series on the use of force continuum. Our guys are briefed and they abide by. They're briefed on it through their training back here in the United States, Every time they leave the wire, every time they launch on that mission before they go in the morning, they get the mission brief, what they're going to do, who they're protecting, where they're going, the intelligence, what to be on the lookout for, where there have been particularly bad areas in the city, and the use of force continuum, those rules of engagement.
Use of force continuum, is that dictated by the Department of State?
Yes.
And you use their rules of engagement, the commonly used term?
Yes, sir.
Is that that's similar to the Department of Defense rules of engagement?
Yes, they're
All right.
they're essentially
Now,
the same.
okay, so you
Well,
had,
no,
you had
Department of Defense rules for contractors. We do not have the same as a U.S. soldier at all.
Okay. And in the report that I have, in 2006, you had 6,254 missions and 38 incidents,
Yes, sir.
which means one of the contractors, one of the former soldiers who is now in State Department Protective Service, they returned fire. So that would be less than 1% of missions involved returning fire. Question here. How long has Blackwater been involved in Iraq? How long have you had this contract in Iraq?
We started there first working for DOD under the CPA, and then I believe in '05 it transitioned from CPA over to Department
How many
of State.
individuals under your protective service have been injured or killed?
27 dead and hundreds wounded. And
Now, how many individuals
under our care?
under your care that you are protecting?
Zero.
Zero.
Zero, sir.
0 individuals that Blackwater's protected have been killed in a Blackwater transport.
That's correct.
0.
Zero.
That is, I think, the operable number here. Your client is the State Department. The State Department has a contract with you to provide protective service for their visitors. For instance, CODELs, ambassadors, and runs the gamut. And you've had 0 individuals under your care and protection killed. I think
Correct.
that is a very
Mr.
important
McHenry.
number that we need to discuss here, Mr. Chairman, and that should be a testament to the service that these former veterans, these veterans
5 minutes
that
is
are
that was
currently
yielded to you
working
is
for
over.
Blackwater, and I'm happy to yield back to the ranking member.
Prince, let me just continue with that. Are there any other security firms in Iraq that provide the services that involve as much danger as your escort services that your company provides in Baghdad?
Sir, we certainly have a high-profile mission. We protect the U.S. ambassador. We protect all the diplomats in the greater Baghdad area, which is the hottest part of the country by far.
How is your firm paid under the current task order contract for security details? Is it by the mission, by the hour, or some other method? How do you bill the government?
It's generally billed on a per-man day for every day that the operator's in the country.
Is it a cost-plus fee, or is it just on like a time and materials?
It's blended. Most of it is firm fixed price. There's a few things that are directly cost reimbursable, like insurance.
Okay. Does the contract provide for monetary penalties for any performance difficulties, like shooting incidents that were reported to have occurred and the like?
Yes, there's all sorts of penalty clauses if we don't have it fully manned, if they're not happy with the leadership. We are very responsive if there's someone that doesn't agree or is not operating within standards of the Department of State. They have 2 decisions, window or aisle.
Do you work just for the Department of State, or do you work for Defense Department as well?
In Iraq, we essentially work for the Department of State. There's 1 or 2 folks here or there in a consultant-type position, but nothing significant,
Yeah, I think
nothing armed.
It's important for the committee to understand there are 2 different contracting entities that are contracting in Iraq and State. You work for State. Do you think the contract provisions and the State Department contract management personnel provide sufficient guidance for the use of force under the contract?
Yes, sir. We've seen the full gamut of contracting and contract management in the stabilization section or stabilization phase of the Iraq War, and there's a whole host of differences in oversight. And I will tell you, State Department is the highest. They are the GE-like buyers, the most sophisticated oversight standards that we have to comply with on the front end for our personnel and management in the field.
When your teams are operating on the ground in Baghdad, what entity has the authority to control your activities? Is it the State Department, or is it the military commander who's responsible for the battle space?
We work for the RSO, the Regional Security Officer. He's the chief security official for the State Department in Iraq,
So it's the State Department ultimately
Yes.
that you're contracting. And can you describe the process that's followed under the contract when a shooting incident occurs? And how many employees have you dismissed any employees for shooting incidents under your security contracts in Iraq? And what happens to dismissed employees? Are they sent out of Iraq?
Okay, let me answer the last one first.
That's fine.
If there is any sort of discipline problem, whether it's bad attitude, a dirty weapon, riding someone's bike that's not his, we fire them. We hold ourselves internally accountable very high. We fire them, we can fine them, but we can't do anything else. So if there's any incident where we believe wrongdoing is done, we present that incident. Any time a weapon is discharged, there's an incident report given to the RSO. And
Any idea how many employees you fired over the time?
I think in the committee's report they said 122 or something.
So you
over.
have taken action when it's come to your attention?
Say again, sir?
So you've taken action when it's come to your attention?
It generally comes to our attention first. We as a company, we fire them. We send the termination notice to the State Department as to why we fired someone.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Maloney for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Prince, about one of these employees whom you fired. And this was a employee who got drunk on Christmas Eve of 2006. And according to documents that we got yesterday from the State Department, this particular man, while he was drunk, shot and killed the guard to the Iraqi vice president, obviously causing great tensions between the Iraqi government and the United States military. And I'd like to ask you about his firing. You fired this individual for handling a weapon and for being intoxicated, is that right?
The men operate with a clear policy. If there's to be any alcohol consumed, it's 8 hours between any time of consumption of alcohol.
Was he fired or not?
Excuse me?
Was he fired?
Oh, yes, ma'am. He was fired.
Have any charges been brought against him in the Iraqi justice system?
I don't believe in the Iraqi justice system. I know we've referred it over to the
Justice Department. They told us they're still looking at it 9 months later. Have any charges been brought against him in the U.S. military justice system?
I don't know.
Have any charges been brought against him in the U.S. civilian justice system?
Well, that would be handled by the Justice Department, ma'am. That's for them to answer, not me.
Other than firing him, has there been any sanction against him by any government authority? You mentioned you fined people for bad behavior. Was he fined for killing the Iraqi guard?
Yes, he was.
How much was he fined?
Multiple thousands of dollars. I don't know the exact number. I'll have to get you that answer.
Okay.
Look, I'm not going to make any apologies for what he did.
Okay,
he clearly violated our policies.
All right. Every American believes he violated policies. If he lived in America, he would have been arrested and he would be facing criminal charges. If he was a member of our military, he would be under a court-martial. But it appears to me that Blackwater has special rules. That's one of the reasons of this hearing. Now, within 36 hours of the shooting, he was flown out of Iraq. And did Blackwater arrange for this contractor to leave Iraq less than 2 hours after the shooting?
I do not believe we arranged for him to leave after 2 hours after the shooting. He was arrested.
Okay, what about 2 days? It was 2 days after the shooting. Did Blackwater arrange for him to leave the country?
There could easily be.
Okay.
IZ police arrested him.
Okay, then
There was evidence gathered. There was information turned over to the Justice Department office in Baghdad. We fired him. He certainly didn't have a job with us.
Well, in America, if you committed a crime, you don't pack them up and ship them out of the country in 2 days. If you're really concerned about accountability, which you testified in your testimony, you would have gone in and done a thorough investigation. And because this shooting took place within the green zone, this was a controllable situation. You could have gone in and done forensic and all the things that they do, but the response was to pack him up and have him leave the country within two days. And I'd like to ask you, how do you justify sending him away from Iraq when any investigation would have only just begun?
Again, he was fired. Justice Department was investigating in Baghdad. There is a Justice Department office there. He didn't have a job with us anymore. We as a private company cannot detain him. We can fire, we can fine, but we can't do anything else. The State Department...
What evidence do you have? What evidence do you have that the Justice Department was investigating him at that time?
From talking to my program management people in the country. They said it's in the hands of the IZ police, which is Air Force, arrested him. They took him in for questioning. It was handled by the Justice Department. He was fired by us. State Department ordered...
Well, it's been 10 months, and the Justice Department has not done anything to him. Again, I repeat, if he was a U.S. citizen or in America, he would have been arrested immediately. He would have faced criminal charges. We know about the chain of command in the military. They are court-martialed immediately. But if you work for Blackwater, you get packed up and you leave within 2 days, and you face a $1,000 fine. So I am concerned about accountability and really the unfairness of this. And I am concerned about how Blackwater may, if I could just say, Mr. Chairman, that your actions may be undermining our mission in Iraq and really hurting the relationship and trust between the Iraqi people and the American military.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Mr. Burton.
Can you tell us, Mr. Prince, how many people witnessed the incident she just referred to?
I don't believe anyone did, sir.
So the only people who were involved were the man who was shot and your employee?
Yes, sir.
Can you, in some detail, go into the rules of engagement? I've talked to some of the people at State Department about this, and I've talked to people within your organization, and as I understand it, on the back of every one of your vehicles, in both Arabic and English, there is a warning to not go within 100 meters of that vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right, sir.
And if somebody's coming at your vehicle at a high rate of speed, do your employees have any actions that they should take, especially if it might be a car bomb or something like that?
Yes, sir. There's generally lights and sirens on the vehicles, air horn. The personnel whose security sector is facing back towards that oncoming threat will be giving hand signals, audible yelling, stop, kif, Arabic, for stop. There's a pen flare, which is a signaling device, kind of like a bottle rocket. It's a device used for a pilot to signal his whereabouts on the ground to be rescued, but it's a bright incendiary device that flies by the vehicle, or it hits the vehicle. It's not lethal at all, but it definitely, you know something's happening. Water bottles are sometimes thrown at vehicles to warn them off. If you have to go beyond that, they take shots into the radiator. You hear that hitting the car. It disables the car. You definitely, you know something's happening. If they go beyond that, they spider the windshield. You put a round through the center of the windshield away from the occupants so that the safety glass in the windshield makes it difficult to see through. Only after that do they actually direct any shots towards the driver. So there's a whole use of force continuum.
The questions that I've heard today from the other side indicate that there ought to be perfection in your organization. You're a Navy SEAL, and you've served in the military. Do you believe that any kind of military operation of this type or any type can be absolutely perfect all the time?
I'm afraid not, sir. We strive for perfection. We try to drive towards the highest standards, but the fog of war and accidents and the bad guys just have to get lucky once.
I think it's very important that everybody who's involved in this hearing today understand that you have high public officials, congressmen and others, who you have to protect, and you've indicated that nobody's been killed or hurt under your protection. And yet you're going through all kinds of zones where there's car bombs going off, small arms fire, cars coming at you at high rates of speed. Can you explain to me why in the world there wouldn't be some precautions taken when those sorts of things take place?
Again, the bad guys have figured out killing Americans is big media. I think they're trying to drive us out. They try to drive to the heart of American resolve and will to stay there. So we have to provide that protective screen. We only play defense, and our job is to get those Reconstruction officials, those people that are trying to weave the fabric of Iraq back together, to get them away from that X, the place where the bad guys, the terrorists, have decided to kill them that day.
One of the members on the other side indicated that when there is a firefight or when there's a car bomb go off or something, there's an attack on your convoy, that you don't stay there. Can you explain to me what would happen if you stayed there when you were under attack?
Again, there'd be a lot more firefight. There'd be a lot more shooting. Our job is to get them off the X. The X is what we refer to in our business about the pre-planned ambush site where bad guys have planned to kill you. So our job is to get them away from that X, to get them to a safe place.
Well,
so we can't stay and secure the terrorist crime scene investigation.
You're in a war zone.
Yes, sir.
Now, so the instructions, I want to get this straight. If your people come under fire, or there's a car bomb or a RPG fired at them, they're supposed to turn around under some rules and get out of there to protect the people that they're guarding.
Yes, sir. Defensive fire, sufficient force to extricate ourselves from that dangerous situation. We're not there to achieve firepower dominance or to drive the insurgents back. We're there to get our package away from danger.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes Mr. Cummings for 5 minutes.
Mr. Prince, you're a very impressive witness, and I just want to ask you a few questions that cause me some concern that seems to go counter to some of the things that you've said. And I'm wondering whether Blackwater is actually helping our military or hurting them. Frankly, I'm concerned that the ordinary Iraqi may not be able to distinguish military actions from contractor actions. They view them all as American actions. Now, I want to go back to this incident that we've been talking about for the last few minutes, the 2006 Christmas Eve incident, where the drunken Blackwater official shot and killed a guard of the Iraqi vice president, which is basically like killing a Secret Service person guarding our vice president. When this incident first happened, an Arab television station ran an incorrect story saying that a, quote, drunken U.S. soldier, unquote, killed the Iraqi vice president's guard. Were you aware of this incorrect press report?
No, sir, I was not.
Of course, you can see how a media report like that makes it more likely that Iraqis will blame the United States military rather than Blackwater for the killing of the Iraqi vice president's guard. Again, equivalent of our vice president. Did Blackwater take any steps to inform the press that it was actually a Blackwater employee who killed the vice president's guard?
By contract, we are not allowed to engage with the press.
All right. And why is that?
That's part of the stipulations in the WPPS contract.
And this report aired, after this report aired, an official who works for you, and this is what really concerns me, and I just want to know your reaction to this, at Blackwater sent an email, this is an employee of yours, an email internally to some of his colleagues. He did not suggest contacting the station, I guess for the reason you just said. He didn't suggest putting out a press release, and he didn't suggest correcting the false story in any way. Instead, this is what the email said, quote, at least the ID of the shooter will take the heat off of us, meaning Blackwater. In other words, he was saying, wow, everyone thinks it was the military and not Blackwater. What great news for us. What a silver lining. Mr. Prince, you said in your testimony that Blackwater is extremely proud of answering the call and supporting our country. Did anyone in your organization ever raise any concerns that allowing a false story to continue might lead to retaliation or insurgent activity against our troops?
I don't believe that false story lasted in the media for more than a few hours, sir.
But the fact still remains that it was a false story, and we are trying to be supportive of the Iraqi government, trying to get this reconciliation, trying to make sure that they, as President Bush says that they stand up so that we can stand down. But at the same time, when these stories are put out, I think you would agree that the Iraqi people then say, well, wait a minute, this is the United States is supposed to be supporting our government. President Bush talks about how we have gone over to export democracy. Here is a very symbol, the vice president of the country killed by a drunken Blackwater employee, and yet and still it just seems to, you know, the question is then what lies in the mind of the Iraqi? What lies in the mind of those people who may have wanted to cooperate with our security over there, but then they say, well, wait a minute, if they, United States soldiers, but really Blackwater is doing this to the very government that we are supposed to be supporting, then what does that say, and why should we support the United States? Fair question?
Yes, sir. Look, I'm not going to make any apologies for the...
I'm not asking you to make any apologies. You're the president of this company, is that right?
CEO.
CEO. Well, you're the top guy. You're one of the top guys. Is that right?
Pretty much, yes,
All
sir.
right. So I'm just asking you a question about what your policies are. That's all.
We have clear policies. Whether the guy was involved in a shooting that night or not, the fact that he violated the alcohol policy with firearms would have gotten him fired on the spot. That's why we fire people. We hold them independently accountable. The guy slipped away from the party. He was by himself. I'm confident that if he had been with another guy from Blackwater, the other guy would have stopped him and said, enough, you know.
So contrary
Again,
to what Mr. Burton said, this was after hours in the green zone, wasn't it? This wasn't some mission, was it?
Correct. It was,
right.
it was on his own time.
And do you understand?
It was a Christmas Eve party.
And I've heard not a lot of complimentary things about what you all do, and I'm sure you do a great job. But it's not about what you do well. It's the question of when things go wrong, where is the accountability?
And, sir, we fired him, we fined him, but we as a private organization can't do any more. We can't flog him. We can't incarcerate him. That's up to the Justice Department. We are not empowered to enforce U.S. law.
Do you think more should be done?
I'd be happy to see further investigation and prosecution by the Justice Department. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I want to call on Mr. Micah next, but how much did you fine him?
Multiple thousands of dollars, sir. I don't know the exact number, but whatever we had left due him in pay, I believe we withheld, and plus his plane ticket.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Micah.
Thank you. Mr. Prince, in your testimony earlier, you said, let me quote here, killing Americans, I guess, in Iraq is big media. You said that.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any idea that wounding American contractors in a congressional hearing would be this big a media?
More than I bargained for, sir, yes.
I described, you know, you're here because you're sort of in the chain of command to be attacked next by some folks who want to discredit what you're doing. And I might say that I don't know if there were criminal acts committed, and there'll probably be ways in which we can go after folks. One of those would be have the Department of Justice pursue the case. Isn't that would that be the normal procedure?
Yes, sir. We welcome it. We encourage it. We want that accountability. We hold ourselves internally accountable, but if, you know, we put 1,000 guys out in the field, humans make mistakes and they do stupid things sometimes. We try to catch those as much as we can, but if they go over the line...
Well, they criticized you. I guess we could start with the pilots on the NTSB investigation. They should go back and look at the Comair crash in Kentucky with the accounts of the pilots, which was a distraction and led to the crash, according to their findings. I have chaired the Aviation Subcommittee and followed that very closely, let alone an incident with basically there's no, as Al Gore would put it, there's no controlling authority for airspace in Afghanistan.
There is no FAA in Afghanistan.
And then you were criticized too. You let the pilot, I guess he survived, but was not found. Is that it was?
No. There was the two of the DoD personnel in back survived the crash.
Okay. Well, two survived and weren't found, and I guess they perished.
They perished before they were found.
And I guess in the United States, like we have an experienced pilot like Fawcett, he's lost. Have we found him yet?
No, sir.
Okay. But this is in the, what, terrain of...
Terrain very similar to what is in Nevada.
Yeah, okay, I just want to try to put things in perspective. There's also some argument that you cost the government too much and that you're getting paid too much, and that maybe this is something that the military should be doing. Could you respond to that?
Yes, sir. I think there's three arguments for or against privatization. There's reliability, there's accountability, and there's cost. Accountability issues can be handled by exercising MEJA. Congress expanded MEJA at the end of 2004 to any DOD contingency operation, I believe. So anytime a U.S. contractor is abroad, they can be brought up on charges on behalf of the U.S. government. They can be brought up on charges back here in the States. There's reliability. That comes down to, I think, individual vendor reliability. How well does that company execute? Are they complete, correct, and on time? And then there's cost. The American automotive industry, any manufacturer in America has to deal with that cost issue all the time. Whether they should make something, it's that make versus buy argument. I greatly encourage Congress to do some true activity-based cost studies. What do some of these basic government functions really cost? Because I don't believe it's as simple as saying, well, this sergeant costs us this much, because that sergeant doesn't show up there naked and untrained. There's a whole bunch of other costs that go into it. So figure out, if the Army does a job, how many of those people leave the wire every day? What is their tooth-to-tail ratio? How many people are operators versus how many are support people? That all drives into what your total cost is. American industry got pushed by the Japanese car makers and, by foreign competitors, because you've got to focus on cost and being efficient, delivering a good or a product or a service at a better competitive price.
Finally, you were criticized for not detaining someone who committed a criminal act. Now, if an employee commits a criminal act in the United States and you fire him, are you responsible in the United States for detaining him and handling the...
Well, that would be a crime that we committed then, because we're not allowed to detain.
You're not allowed to detain?
No, sir.
Okay. So in that situation, you were criticized for providing someone transport back, was it to the United States?
He was...
Or wherever.
We acquired an airline ticket for him back to the States. That's all. By direction of the State Department.
Time has expired. Now the Chair recognizes Mr. Kucinich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In my opening remarks, I pointed out that if war is privatized, private contractors have a vested interest in keeping the war going. The longer the war goes on, the more money they make. I want to, for my time here, explore the questions regarding how Blackwater got its contracts. Mr. Prince, your company's undergone a staggering growth just over the past few years. Committee's attention can be directed to the chart. In 2000, your company was bringing in only about $200,000 in government contracts. But since then, according to the committee, you've skyrocketed to something in the nature of $1 billion in government contracts. The real increase in Blackwater's contracts began with the Iraq War. In fact, if you look at the chart, you can see how from 2004 on, the amount of taxpayer dollars Blackwater was awarded by the administration began to go through the roof, from about $48 million in 2004 to $350 million in 2005 to over $500 million last year. This is really an unprecedented rate of increase, and I want to understand how this happened, Mr. Prince. We've been informed that one of your first contracts in Iraq was for the Coalition Provisional Authority. Ambassador Paul Bremer awarded you a contract to protect officials and dignitaries. That was at the end of 2003, towards the end of 2003. It may have been in August. Is that right, sir?
I believe it happened right after the UN facility in Baghdad was blown up by a large truck bomb. Yes, sir. They then feared for the U.S. officials.
Now, that contract was no bid. Is that right, sir?
It was off the GSA schedule.
Can you tell us how you got this no-bid contract?
Off the GSA schedule is considered a bid contract, sir. The GSA schedule is a pre-bid program, kind of like a catalog of services that you put out, like buying something from the Sears catalog.
Did you talk to anyone in the White House about the contract?
No, sir.
Did you talk to anyone in the Congress about the contract?
No, sir.
Did anyone, to your knowledge, connected with Blackwater, talk to anyone in either the White House or the Congress about the contract?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did anyone in the DeVos family talk to anyone in the White House or the Congress about the contract?
No.
As a taxpayer, do you think it's proper that no other companies were allowed to bid?
That I'm not aware of, sir. It's a requirement government officials had. They came to us, asked if it could be fulfilled. I don't know what other companies they went to as well. I'm not aware of that.
In 2004, the State Department awarded Blackwater a $332 million task order under its diplomatic protection contract. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with about the amount. I know that we transitioned over to working for the State Department from the CPA. I'm not sure exactly when that happened, but
thank you, sir. According to the Federal Contracting Database, you didn't have to compete for that one either. Is that correct?
again, I believe they continued that off the GSA schedule,
And
which is an approved contracting pre-bid method.
And who at the State Department were you dealing with in order to get this contract?
I don't know. I mean, I presume it was under the Diplomatic Security Service. That's the folks at State we were working for.
Now, SIGIR reported that this was a no-bid contract. Was SIGIR incorrect? It was a no-bid contract? Or
I'm not sure how they're defining bid or no bid, but my understanding, we use pricing off the GSA schedule, and I believe that's considered or regarded as a biddable contract.
Gentlemen, yield to me.
I'll yield to the chair.
It's on the GSA schedule. Did they come to you to put your offer of services on the GSA schedule? Did you go to them? How did that get on the GSA schedule?
Most companies in our kind of work have a GSA schedule. We have a GSA schedule for target systems. We have a GSA schedule for...
So you offered services and you're on the list of services that they
Yes, sir.
could purchase. And you don't know if anybody else was on the list. You were for these kind of services.
Oh, I'm sure there's lots of companies that are...
For some of the services. Did you go to anyone else, or did anyone else in the government go to you to ask you to do the work?
I don't know, sir.
Did they ask you to see if you could put together this operation, and then they'd put you on the schedule?
I would say we were present in the country already. We already had significant presence with the CPA under a bid contract. I believe that contract was called Security Services Iraq. So we had a large presence of static guards and PSD kind of work for them. So I think they probably just wanted to transition from DOD work to Department of State work.
Thank you. Mr. Shays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I didn't make an opening statement, and I was chairman of the National Security Subcommittee and ranking member, and so I have a keen interest in this issue, but other members had important statements to make. So first I'd like to make an observation. I want to align myself with the statement of Tom Davis, my ranking member now. I thought it adequately, perfectly expresses my view. And I want to thank both the chairman and Mr. Davis for honoring U.S. Department of Justice's request to not discuss an incident we don't have enough facts to discuss, and we'll deal with that later. And I think that's responsible. And I think this hearing, the way we're dealing with it, is a very important effort, given what we're doing. Now, saying that, during the Vietnam War, I was a conscientious objector. I was a Peace Corps volunteer, so I try to be very careful when I evaluate the performance of men and women under fire. And frankly, many of those behind you in this desk are exactly that. We're behind a desk, never been shot at, never tried to understand what it's like to be under fire. Blackwater, I want to say, has a reputation of being a bit of a cowboy. But I know we absolutely need protective security contractors. The role of security contractors is much different than the role of the military. But I also want to say that I feel the State Department could do a better job of enforcing and holding contractors accountable. And I think they're going to make a point that they're willing to have this reviewed by outside party and then have us look at it. Now, saying that, I also want to say the number of times that you all have to protect members of Congress is infinitesimal compared to all the civilians you have to protect. And one of the outrages, in my judgment, is that there haven't been more members who've gone there, and frankly, that some members who have never been there are passing judgment on what we're doing there. They're behind a desk with no sense of what's happening there. I am in awe of what your men and women, and they've been mostly men, have done to protect our civilians. I am absolutely in awe of it. You know, you can't be perfect, but in one way you have been perfect. If this is true, tell me from June of '04 to the end of that year, how many missions you protected, or let me say it this way, if you don't know how many missions you protected, how many people you protected were wounded or killed in '04?
Oh,
End of
no,
04.
sir, we've never had anyone seriously injured.
I'm going to do it year by year. Did you have anyone wounded or killed in '04?
No, sir.
Did you have anybody wounded or killed in '05?
No, sir.
These are the people you're trying to protect.
I mean, wounded, yeah, big IED, ruptured eardrum. That's the most serious level there.
Did you have anyone wounded or killed in '06?
In people that we're protecting?
Yes.
No.
Did you have anyone who was wounded or killed in '07 that you were to protect?
No, sir.
That's a perfect record. And you don't get any credit for it for some reason. Now, were any of your people killed in '04 trying to protect the civilians?
Yes, sir.
Were any of your people killed in '05 trying to protect civilians?
Yes, sir.
Were any of your people killed in '06 trying to protect civilians?
Yes, sir.
Were any of your people protected in killed by trying to protect the civilians in '07?
Yes, sir.
Every year, you have had men who have risked their lives and who have been killed fulfilling their mission, and they have succeeded 100%. And I just want to be on record as thanking you for an amazing job that you do. I've been to Iraq 18 times. I've been outside the umbrella 4 times. It is one dangerous place. I have seen films where vehicles come up to our troops or to our security people, and they're blown up in it. You have done an amazing task, and there is a huge difference from being a police officer or protective and being the military. Totally different role. I've had no one in the military say to me, I want to guard all these civilians. And the last thing you want is to have Humvees and Army take civilians who are meeting other civilians like our State Department with that kind of precedent. And the military would not do it. They're not going to be in a Suburban. They're going to be in what their protocol requires. The protocol is totally different. We need security people who do their job. Thank you for doing a perfect job in protecting the people you're required to protect.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor to do the work.
Gentleman's time has expired. Before I recognize Mr. Davis, I want to put in the record a statement from the Special Inspector General in Iraq from July '04 that indicates that the security guards and 2 helicopters for Bremer, sole source directed, the security for Inner Ring Republican Presidential Compound, Al-Rashid Hotel, sole source, the security for Al-Rashid Hotel, sole source to Blackwater.
Reserve my right to object. Would the gentleman say was that under the Bremer or after Bremer?
This is an '04, so it would have been.
So it was under Mr. Bremer, not since we transferred power to the Iraqis.
I don't know the answer to that, but this document only refers to the period of time.
Under Mr. Bremer. I don't object.
Mr. Chairman, may I have a minute, please? May I have a minute, please? 1 minute, please? Thank you.
We'll take, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Prince, throughout your testimony and in other comments attributed to you, you have praised the Blackwater personnel on the ground in Iraq, but mistakes do in fact happen. You do admit that Blackwater personnel have shot and killed innocent civilians, don't you?
No, sir, I disagree with that. I think there's been times when guys are using defensive force to protect themselves, to protect the package they're trying to get away from danger. There could be ricochets. There are traffic accidents. Yes, this is war. You know, since 2005, we've conducted in excess of 16,000 missions in Iraq and 195 incidences with weapons discharge. In that time, did a ricochet hurt or kill an innocent person? That's entirely possible. But again, we do not have the luxury of staying behind to do that terrorist crime scene investigation to figure out what happened.
Well, according to a document we obtained from the State Department on June 25th, 2005, Blackwater guards shot and killed an innocent man who was standing by the side of the street. His death left 6 children alone with no one to provide them support. Are you familiar with this incident?
I'm somewhat familiar with that incident. I believe what happened, there was a car bomb, or a potential car bomb, had rapidly approached our convoy. I believe our guys shot rounds at the car, not at the driver, to warn them off. One of those rounds, as I understand, penetrated through the far side of the car, ricocheted, and injured that innocent, or killed that innocent man.
Well, again,
go ahead, sir.
According to the State Department document, this was a case, and I'm quoting, involving the PSD personnel who failed to report the shooting, covered it up, and subsequently were removed from Al-Hila. The State Department described the death as, and I quote, the random death of an innocent Iraqi. Do you know why Blackwater officials failed to report this shooting and later tried to cover it up?
I can clarify that fully, sir. Thanks for asking that question. There was no cover-up because our people reported it to the State Department. They did look into the shooting and the justification of it, and it was deemed to be an appropriate use of force. The man was fired because he had tried to cover it up. He panicked and had asked the other team members to cover it up and to not report it.
Well,
we discovered that through our policy worked. We reported the incident to the State Department, and that's why you folks have it in the committee, because we fired the guy, and he was terminated not for an inappropriate shooting, but for not following the reporting procedure.
Well, was there any reason this report was not provided to the committee?
I don't know, sir. I'll have to I'll look into that and get back to you.
Well, the same document states that the State Department contacted Blackwater headquarters to encourage you to offer this man's family compensation. After this shooting of an innocent man and after the attempted cover-up, Blackwater paid $5,000 to the family. Is that not correct?
I believe that was paid through the State Department. That's similar to what DOD does, what the Army does if there is an accidental death from a, whether it's an aerial bomb, a tank backs over somebody's car or injures someone, there is compensation paid to try to make amends. But that was done through the State Department. That was not paid to try to hush it up or cover it up. That is part of the regular course of action. And there was no cover-up because our guys reported the incident and the company fired him for not reporting the incident.
Well, can you tell me how it was determined that this man's life was worth $5,000?
We don't determine that value, sir. That's kind of an Iraq-wide policy. We don't make that one.
Do you know how many payments Blackwater has made to compensate innocent Iraqis or their families for deaths or injuries caused by Blackwater personnel?
I do not know that, sir.
Do you know what the total value of those payments might be?
No, sir.
Could you supply the committee with that information?
Yes, sir. I'll make sure we get it back to you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, what I'm concerned about is the lack of accountability. If one of our soldiers shoots an innocent Iraqi, he or she can face a military court-martial. But when a Blackwater guard does this, the State Department helps arrange a payout to make the problem go away. This seems to be a double standard, and it's causing all kinds of problems in Iraq.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Plants.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your holding this hearing, and Mr. Prince, I appreciate your testimony and want to thank you personally for your 5 years of service to our nation as a Navy SEAL, and also having been to Iraq 5 times for the dedication of your colleagues for delegations I've been part of, and certainly many others as well. We're grateful for their courageous service. Your contract, and it's been discussed already, is under the Worldwide Personal Protective Services contract. And my understanding is under that contract there are specific terms of conduct, including rules of engagement with the use of force. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
You testified about, as an example of your seriousness with which your company takes the conduct of your employees, of 122 individuals that have been fired for misconduct. Are you able to give us what number of those were related to violations regarding the use of force, rules of engagement specifically?
I believe the committee report listed it. Don't quote me on it. I think it says in the committee report around 10 or 15, but I'm not sure. It's whatever the committee report.
And you accept that information as accurate?
Yeah. No, that's a weapons violation. That could also mean a dirty gun or possession of some unauthorized firearm. We have very clear rules. We are only issued. The government issues us our weapons. Even down to scopes. We're specified as to which optical device we can put on the weapon. Some guys get fired because they like an aim point instead of an ACOG.
So of those 10 to 15, they may not all be related to use of force, misuse of force?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. A number of times you were asked about, in addition to firing and fining and removing the person from your employment, and from Iraq, about what criminal actions you took, and you appropriately stated you're not a law enforcement entity, you're a private company. That being said, though, is it accurate to say that where there is a criminal investigation by the Department of Justice or Department of State pursuing, that you provide any information that your company has about misconduct to them?
Yes, we fully cooperate in the Christmas Eve incident and any other ones that State Department or Justice Department wants to look at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all my questions. And again, my thanks to Mr. Prince and his colleagues for their service.
Would the gentleman yield some of his time to me?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The point I want to ask you, Mr. Prince, is we appreciate what you've done, but looks like a lot of people in the U.S. military don't appreciate it. One man, Army Colonel Teddy Spain, said, I personally was concerned about any of the civilians running around on the battlefield during my time there. My main concern is with their lack of accountability when things went wrong. Another senior U.S. military official said, we had guys who saw the aftermath, meaning aftermath of your activities there, and it was very bad. This is going to hurt us badly. And then we had Secretary of Defense Robert Gates. These incidents may be uncommon. We don't know how common they are, but let's assume that they are uncommon. I believe that they still have disproportionate impact on the Iraqi people. We have people who are conducting themselves in a way that makes them an asset in this war, not a liability. You're not answerable to the U.S. military, are you? You report to the State Department. You're under contract to state, isn't that right?
In Iraq, we report to the State Department. But if I could just add...
So your people aren't under the same rules as the U.S. military?
We operate under defensive rules of engagement.
Will the gentleman yield?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, if I could reclaim my time in responding. Mr. Prince, you've provided the committee a detailed list of the regulations, treaties, laws that you operate under. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, and that includes items that relate to both Department of State and Department of Defense?
It includes laws like MEJA, the UCMJ, all of which we can be held accountable, our people can be held accountable for while operating overseas. And let me just answer, Mr. Chairman, about whether we're adding value to the military or not. I have to say my proudest professional moment was about a year and a half ago. I spoke at the National War College. And after my speech, a colonel, full-bird colonel, came up to me afterwards, and he said, you know, I just came back from Brigade Command in Baghdad. I had 4,000 or 5,000 guys working for him. He said, as his guys were driving around the city, on the tops of their dashboards of their Humvees were the Blackwater call signs and the frequencies, because his soldiers knew that if they got in trouble, the Blackwater guys would come for them. They would come to their aid and assist them, medevac them, and help them out of a tough spot.
Well, Brigadier
so if that's the reputation we have,
well, Brigadier General Carl Horst said these guys run loose in this country and do stupid stuff. There's not authority over them, so you can't come down on them when they escalate force. They shoot people, and someone else has to deal with the aftermath. It happens all over the place. Security contractors in Iraq under scrutiny after shootings. What do you say?
Sir, I can also tell you there's 170-some security companies operating through Iraq. We get painted with a very broad brush of a lot of the stuff they do. On an almost weekly basis, we get a contact from someone in DOD, some talk somewhere that says, oh, 3 Blackwater guys were just taken hostage here, 4 guys were killed there, oh, you were involved in a shooting over here. When we fully investigate, we didn't have any teams of guys within 100 miles of that location. But if a private security contractor did it, it often gets attributed to us.
Yeah, well, regardless of what private security contractor does it, it's a problem for the United States. Mr. Platt, you were kind enough to yield me time. I'll be, without objection, I'd like to give you another 30 seconds.
If could, and I was going to yield to the ranking member. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate your questions, but let me just say, Mr. Chairman, for the sake of argument, you're right. If we're paying too much and getting too little, what's the answer? More troops in Iraq? Less safe troops? Less safe diplomats? Or less safe members? I mean, this is the trade-off. This is what we're trying to explore here. They're contractors. At the end of the day, we have to look to the government who is contracting this out, putting down the rules of engagement, and they'll be on our next panel. He's just performing his contract at this point, and I think we have questions that we can ask the State Department. But the alternatives, none of them are attractive when you're in a war zone.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, may I have 1 minute, please? We do not need to leave. 1 minute, please.
Yeah, yes, go ahead. Without objection, I'd like to ask that Mr. Davis and I, during this moment, have a minute each, because I would like to say something that doesn't involve a question, and you might want to respond to it. The point I want to make, you raised that very essential question, what do we do if we don't have enough troops there? Well, I think we have to look at the fact that this isn't a short-term war. We've been there 5 years. It looks like we may be there another 10 years. And even General Shinseki said we needed more troops. Well, at some point, you have to make a decision in this battlefield, in this war. If we don't have enough troops to do the job, then we should get more troops. But if we're going to go on the cheap to get private contractors, we're not on the cheap at all. It's costing us more money, and I believe it's causing us problems with the Iraqi people. Let's let the military replan this. Seems to me we've had bad decisions from this administration, too much of the time in handling this whole war, planning for it adequately, and staffing it adequately with the U.S. military. They're the ones that ought to be doing this job. Mr. Davis?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I understand, but let me just say, troops are there, are not paid to protect civilians. That's not what military troops are trained for. I went through officer basic course at in Georgia at Fort Benning. I went through basic training at Fort Ord. That's not what troops are trained for when they go out into the battle zone. This is a unique responsibility. It is through the State Department, not the Department of Defense. And as we'll hear from the next panel, our troops are not, at this point, been trained to do this kind of work. This is a different kind of a province. Now, if we want to train them to do that, we can do that, but that hasn't been the history throughout the last 50 years of the military that I'm aware of. So we then have to decide from a cost-benefit perspective. I think this is an important conversation to have. But to date, that's not the contractor's fault. I think our argument would be with the State Department.
I want to yield to Mr. Tierney, but Blackwater and the private military recruit from our military. So these people are trained to do the job that Blackwater and other private military people are asking them to do. So why can't the military do it? I think they could do it if we had enough military personnel.
Sure, I'd like Mr. Prince to respond, but I'm sure they retrain them. They don't just take raw recruits out. Could I just ask him to respond?
Yes, sir. There was an earlier allegation about companies like us raiding the ranks of the special operations community for this kind of work. And the GAO report found that, yes, they are getting out and working for companies like us, but they're not getting out at any higher rate than they ever did before. So they're, instead of becoming a financial analyst or an accountant or some other kind of businessman, they come to work for companies like Blackwater, but they're not getting out at any rate higher than they ever did before. And if I could just correct two slight errors I made, we did not have any fatalities of Blackwater personnel in 2006. And one of the contracts I testified to as being under the GSA schedule was in fact sole source. We'll get you the very detailed information as to which contracts were GSA and which were sole source. I'm not qualified to answer that right now.
We'll receive any documents you
Mr.
have.
Chairman, if I just have a minute. But I think that's one of the things we want to get to in this and later hearings is if the mission is going to be 4 or 5 or 6 years, do you want to change the mission of the military? But that's not the contractor's fault. Our argument there is with the Defense Department and State Department.
I strongly encourage the Congress to sponsor true activity-based cost studies. What does it cost the Air Force to move a pound of cargo in a war zone? What does it cost to put a brigade in the field or to train it and to equip it? All these basic functions. Even what is the hourly cost of aircraft doing refueling?
We're going to have you answer some more questions, I'm sure, along those lines. Mr. Tierney, it's your turn to question.
Are you certain, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. Mr. Prince, thank you for being here today on that. We've been discussing a little bit here about the goal of this particular venture here, and I think that General Petraeus has been pretty clear that he'd like to change it from the type of war it's been to one where he wants to defeat insurgents. And that entails, in significant part, winning the hearts and minds. So I want to read you this quote. Counterinsurgents that use excessive force to limit short-term risk alienate the local populace. They deprive themselves of the support or tolerance of the people. This situation is what insurgents want. It increases the threat they pose. Do you know who made that statement?
Do I know who made that statement?
Yes.
No, sir.
That was General Petraeus. You know, he's the one that wrote the official counterinsurgency manual. It does appear from some of the evidence here, though, that Blackwater and other companies sometimes at least conduct their missions in ways that lead exactly in the opposite direction that General Petraeus wants to go. That doesn't mean you're not fulfilling your contractual obligations. In a recent report, there was a quote on Ann Exline-Starr, who was a former Coalition Provisional Authority advisor. It talks about the fact that the private mission is different from the overall public operation. Those, for example, doing escort duty are going to be judged by their bosses solely on whether they get their client from point A to point B, not whether they win Iraqi hearts and minds along the way. And she goes on to talk about the fact that soldiers, when they escorted her, because they are able to escort people and train for that, oftentimes also interacted with the Iraqi community and did things that ingratiate themselves to the Iraqis. The contractors, by contrast, focused only on the contract. She said what they told her was, our mission is to protect the principal at all costs. If that means pissing off the Iraqis, too bad. Her language, not mine. Another counterinsurgency expert is Army Colonel Peter Mansour. Earlier this year, he made a statement about private military contractors, and he said, if they push traffic off the roads or if they shoot up a car that looks suspicious, they may be operating within their contract, but it is to the detriment of the mission, which is to bring the people over to our side. So when we look at Blackwater's own records that show that you regularly move traffic off the roads and you shoot up cars, and over 160 incidents on firing on suspicious cars, we can see, I think, why the tactics you use in carrying out your contract might mitigate against what we're trying to do in the insurgency. Retired Army officer, and actually is a conservative analyst now, Ralph Peters, he was more blunt about it. He said, armed contractors do harm COIN, counterinsurgency efforts. Just ask the troops in Iraq. We've had complaints from military leaders over and over again that the way that some contractors operate in Iraq are causing danger and anger against the United States forces. Let me give you one example. For most of 2005, the Army's 3rd Infantry Division was in charge of security in Baghdad. Here's what the Deputy Commander of this division, Brigadier General Carl Horst, said about Blackwater and other private military contractors. These guys run loose in this country and do stupid stuff. There's no authority over them, so you can't come down on them when they escalate force. They shoot people and someone else has to deal with the aftermath. It happens all over the place. Are you familiar with General Horst, sir?
No, sir, I've never met him.
Okay. Well, here's what Colonel Hamas said when he was an officer in Iraq. He said, the problem is, in protecting the principal, they had to be very aggressive. And each time they went out, they had to offend locals, forcing them to the side of the road, being overpowering and intimidating, at times running vehicles off the road, making enemies each time they went out. So they were actually getting our contract exactly as we asked them to, and at the same time hurting our counterinsurgency effort. This goes on again back to Colonel Peter Mansour, who said, I would much rather see basically all armed entities in a counterinsurgency operation fall under the military chain of command. And the CENTCOM commander, Admiral James Fallon, who we all know now for his current work, his quote is, my instinct is that it's easier and better if they were in uniform and working for me. Can you see and appreciate, Mr. Prince, why there might be some contradiction between what we're asking your organization and others like it to do under the contract as opposed to what we're trying to do as a military force on counterinsurgency?
Sir, I understand the challenges that the military faces there. Like I said before, there's 170-some companies doing business in Iraq. Most of those security contractors are DOD. I think that DOD officers would even complain about their lack of reach over their own DOD, Corps of Engineers, MnSTICI type contractors. Second, we know we're part of the total force in trying to get the mission accomplished. You know, of the 16,000 missions our guys have done, only 195 resulted in any kind of discharge of a weapon. That's less than 1%. So we strive for perfection, but we don't get to choose when the bad guys attack us. You know, the bad guys have figured out, the terrorists have figured out how to make a precision weapon with a car loaded with explosives with a suicidal driver.
But just to interrupt you for a second, you're not asserting that every time that you take an affirmative action, it was somebody firing at you first. You do acknowledge that on some occasions, at least, there was a preventative act on your part of your people?
Yes, sir. But this is what happens when our guys are not able to prevent a suicide car bomb. This happened, this blew up 3 Blackwater personnel and 1 State Department security officer up in Mosul. It tossed a 9,000-pound armored Suburban 50 feet into the side of a building, followed by a whole bunch of small arms fire from the rooftops. A very serious ambush, killed 4 Americans that fast.
My question was that you're not disputing the fact that on some occasions when your people might be afraid that something like that is going to happen, that they may fire first, ask questions later.
Sir, like I said, the bad guys have made a precision weapon. The Air Force has a system called a DIRCM, Directional Infrared Countermeasures. It's used to break the lock of an incoming surface-to-air missile. Shines a laser in the seeker head, the missile breaks lock, and it veers away. We have to go through a use-of-force continuum to try to break the lock of this potential deadly suicide weapon. Hand and arm signals, sirens, signs to the back of the vehicles, water bottles, pen flares, shots to the radiator, shots to the windshield before we even go to a lethal force option. So our guys do go through it,
well,
but they get it right 99.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Waxman, I'd like to just finish up my thought, if I might. I think there's been fairly good
if you could do it in
on the part of the committee here.
Seconds rather than minutes.
Thank you. The point being made is that there are instances that you're not denying that where people shoot first on that. And when you multiply that by the number of times it happens, the number of people and Iraqis that are implicated in those situations, the number of people that they tell, it goes against our counterinsurgency effort, and it goes to the issue of whether or not we ought to have military personnel doing the job, whether this is an inherently government function that we ought to have done on the public side of it, as opposed to having contractors who are, by what we're seeing here today, really don't have much accountability to be exercised over them by either the State Department or the Department of Defense. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back the rest of his time, and Chair now recognizes Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Prince, did you want to respond to what was just said?
That wasn't a question, that was a statement, and the member isn't.
Well, I know, but when an allegation...
Mr. Duncan is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, when an allegation
Mr. Duncan is recognized. You're using his time.
I'll get him back, Mr. Burton. That's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Washington Post reported yesterday, it said Army General David H. Petraeus, the top U.S. commander in Baghdad, overseeing more than 160,000 troops, makes roughly $180,000 a year, or some $493 a day. That comes out to less than half the fee charged by Blackwater for its senior manager of a 34-man security team. Our committee memorandum says using Blackwater instead of U.S. troops to protect embassy officials is expensive. That's putting it lightly. Blackwater charges the government $1,222 per day for the services of a private military contractor. This is equivalent to $445,000 per year, over 6 times more than the cost of an equivalent U.S. soldier. This war has produced some of the most lavish, most fiscally excessive, most exorbitantly profitable contracts in the history of the world. And it seems to me that fiscal conservatives should feel no obligation to defend this type of contracting. In fact, it seems to me that fiscal conservatives should be the ones most horrified by this. And I notice in the table that Blackwater's contracting has gone from $25 million in 2003, $48 million in 2004, to $593 million in 2006. If we are going to be there another 10 years, as some have said, I surely hope that we're not going to continue to see these types of ridiculously excessive increases in the contracts that are being handed out. I also noticed that Blackwater is a subsidiary of the Prince Group Holdings, and that another one of the holdings of that firm is Presidential Airways, an aviation company that has held a contract with the U.S. Air Force Air Mobility Command. Mr. Prince, can you tell me what percentage of Prince Group Holdings it comes from federal contracts of all or any types?
Could you say the question again? Sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
Can you tell me, I don't know what all companies are in, I don't know all the companies that are in your Prince Group Holdings. Apparently there is a Presidential Airways. I don't know how many other companies there are. What I'm wondering about is how much of Prince Group Holdings comes from federal contracts of any and all types.
Most of Prince Group Holdings come from federal contracts. But if I could just come back and answer your statement about prices that we charge, that $1,222.
When you say most, does that mean 100%?
No.
Rough guess, what percentage?
Rough guess, 90%.
90%. Do you still have a contract with Presidential Airways with the Air Force Mobility Command?
Yes, sir.
And rough guess, how much is that contract each year?
I don't know what the exact number is, sir. It's for 8 aircraft right now. I don't know what they price out at.
What other companies are in Prince Group Holdings?
There's a long list. I've got a manufacturing business that has nothing to do with federal stuff, and we make pieces and parts for automotive, appliance, industrial power. We compete against the likes of the Japanese and Koreans and European companies every day.
All right.
But if I could just answer the question about how much we charge, those are competitively bid prices. The $1,222 cited in the report is not accurate. The committee should have received this. I don't know if you've seen that. It lays out base year bill rates for an average security guy. Base year is $981, not $1,222. And our profit on that projected to be 10.4%, nothing higher. And on top of that, I can tell you we have 3 helicopters that have been shot down this year. Little Bird, 2 Bell 412s. Those are company helicopters, and when they go down, that comes out of our hide. We have to self-insure on those. So the risks, we take the financial risks whenever an aircraft is doing a mission for the State Department or responding to some medevac need above and beyond the statement of our contract, trying to pull a U.S. soldier out of a bad wounded situation. We take that risk as a company, and our guys do themselves at great personal peril. So it is not just about the money. We're a business. We try to be efficient and excellent and deliver a good service. We're happy to have that argument, sir, about, not the argument, the discussion. Sponsor an activity-based cost study. What would it cost the Diplomatic Security Service to bring all those folks in-house as staff? Look at it. We're happy to have that argument. If government doesn't want us to do this, we'll go do something else. But there's plenty of case to be made and plenty of spreadsheets to be analyzed.
Gentleman's time has expired. The Chair now recognizes Mr. Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Prince, I am truly disturbed by reports of Blackwater contractors wreaking havoc on innocent Iraqi citizens. I'm equally troubled that taxpayers have been taken for a ride by paying 6 times the cost of a U.S. soldier for Blackwater contractors. Now, Mr. Prince, you have argued that Blackwater provides a cost-effective service to the U.S. government in part because by hiring private contractors, the government can avoid paying carrying costs such as training, salaries, and benefits. Yet in your written testimony, you state that Blackwater personnel are all military veterans and law enforcement veterans, many of whom have recent military deployments. Since so many of your employees have recently left government service, doesn't that mean they have received years of specialized training at the expense of the federal government?
People serve the U.S. government for different periods of time, and that's a choice they make and have been making since the U.S. has had a standing military. They serve for 4 years, they serve for 6, they serve for 20 or 30.
So the U.S. taxpayers have paid for that training?
They're paying for that anyway. We provide a vehicle, a mechanism for the U.S. government to utilize that sunk cost that they put into the training for these people. We reorganize it and package it in a way to fill these gaps that the U.S. government has in these kind of contingency operations. To stand up a 1,000-man, or actually you need a 3,000-man, at least, military police brigade to do this kind of work, because for every person that's deployed, they're going to have 2 more back stateside, 1 in training and 1 in stand-down. So you spin that meter and the costs get big very quickly.
You know,
so we're just reorganizing those skills that the government has already paid for and putting it back to work.
Last week, Defense Secretary Robert Gates expressed concern that Blackwater and other private military contractors are actually poaching the military's ranks, luring service members away with much higher salary. When Secretary Gates testified before the Senate Appropriations Committee, he said he has asked Pentagon officials to work on drafting non-compete clauses in order to put some limits on the ability of these contractors to lure highly trained soldiers out of our forces to go and work for them. How do you feel about non-compete clauses, Mr. Prince?
I think that would be fine, but the fact is everyone that joins the military doesn't necessarily serve 20 years. So at some point they're going to get out after 4, 6, 8, whatever that period of time is, whatever they decide, because we don't have a draft. We have a voluntary service. I think it would be upsetting to a lot of soldiers if they didn't have the ability to go use the skills that they've accumulated in the military to go work in the private sector, because you could make the same case about aviation mechanics, jet engine mechanics, guys that work on a reactor on a submarine. All those skills have direct correlation to private sector. I don't think putting non-competes in for them would do well to draw guys in the military in the front side either. Well, but again, the GAO study found that the special operations community, yes, folks are getting out and they go to MBA school, they become some other private sector job. Yes, a lot of them come to work for companies like us, but not at any higher rate than they ever did before.
Well, I mean, if the Pentagon adopts the non-compete clause, I mean, it certainly indicates to me that the Secretary is really concerned about you all poaching on our service personnel, and that's what it indicates to me. Let me also say that to the viewers of C-SPAN today, this Congress and those some in this Congress and the administration seem to be steeped in hypocrisy as far as taking these frequent flyers to the Green Zone in Baghdad. When you look at, they are some of the same ones who would never lift a rifle to defend this country in Vietnam, but yet ridicule and criticize those who have not traveled to Baghdad. Just want the American public to be aware that some in here are steeped in hypocrisy. And I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time is concluded. Gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I come from Ohio, and Ohio is known frequently as the heartland. And in the heartland, there are a few things that are easy that are not so easy in Washington, D.C. Even in Hollywood, some of these things are easy, and those are the issues of who's on our team and who's on their team. And today I'm a little saddened by this hearing because I am absolutely a supporter of congressional oversight and believe that this committee has incredible functions that we have to do. Our witness today even talked about being a contractor, the questions that we should be asking of reliability, accountability, cost. A lot of the information we have before us is about dollars, rules of engagement, and the like. But what unfortunately dissolves into our team versus their team, by any account, by Hollywood's account, by the performance account, Blackwater is our team. They are our team working in the trenches and in a war zone. I haven't heard many questions in this committee about the rules of engagement or the limits on the work of al-Qaeda or the insurgents. In fact, I don't recall one hearing in this committee where there has been indignation or troubling responses as a result of the senseless and heartless killings of al-Qaeda and the insurgents. But I hear today huge concerns over what we must exert as oversight on Blackwater, and I think it crosses the line between our team and their team. Blackwater has questions to answer, and I believe that they are prepared to do that, and today have come forward to do those things. But we should not go to the extent of undermining Blackwater's ability to perform as our team. The Washington Post today, in its editorial, in reviewing how this issue has come to light, stated, "Congressional Democrats despise the firm because it symbolizes the private contracting of military missions that many oppose in principle." This is the Washington Post saying that the Congressional Democrats are despising this firm because of its engagement in military missions that they oppose. The Washington Post goes on to say, at the same time, it is foolish. That's a pretty strong word for the Washington Post. At the same time, it is foolish to propose the elimination of private security firms in Iraq and Afghanistan, at least in the short term. I would hope as we continue our important functions of oversight that we don't undermine our team. Now, Mr. Chairman, you made a comment that I've got to respond to in your opening statement. It's written in your opening statement, and it says, as a general rule, children from wealthy and politically connected families no longer serve in the military. Mr. Chairman, that's an attack on our team. I can tell you that Duncan Hunter's former chairman of the Armed Services Committee, currently ranking member, whose son served in Iraq, would disagree with you. Joe Wilson, member of the Armed Services Committee, whose son served, would disagree with you. And I can tell you that the DOD, in its report on social representation in the U.S. military services, and the GAO in their September 22nd, 2005 report would disagree with you. Quoting from the DOD report, it says, our population representation report shows both the diversity and quality of the total force, men and women of various racial and ethnic groups, of divergent backgrounds from every state in our country, serve as active and selective reserve enlisted members and officers of the Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, and Coast Guard. On particular note, the mean cognitive ability and educational levels of these soldiers, sailors, Marines, Airmen, and Coast Guardsmen are above the average of comparatively aged U.S. citizens. The GAO, in their report, similarly confirms that between 1974 and 2000, the force became older and better educated. So I would hope that the comments by the chairman are not interpreted as what I heard them as diminishing the abilities or the backgrounds of those who serve in our military. Mr. Prince, my question for you, you are free of some of the limiting acquisition rules that our military is subject to. A general has a different ability to be able to acquire something as you do corporately. Could you give us some insight as to how our acquisition rules inhibit our military in performing some of the things that you do, and ways in which we can change those acquisition rules to deliver to them the things that they need?
Thanks for that question. I would say we find that the requirements process for the military constantly looks for the 120% solution, and it overspecs the electronic capability. I mean, there's an enormous amount of extra stuff and capability put on a vehicle that might not be necessary to just fulfill that job. I mean, if you're gonna, you could almost buy vehicles just planned on for Iraq right now, almost off the shelf, without having to plan about net-centric warfare and all the other bells and whistles that sometimes the DoD wants to put on things. So we buy to solve the situation at hand.
Gentleman's time has expired, and I want to apologize to the gentleman for indicating that he's from a different state than Ohio. He's a proud Ohioan, and I certainly wouldn't agree. I won't agree with him. I hope nobody misinterprets my comments. Next, to now call on Ms. Watson.
Then I want to apologize for the reference to Hollywood. That's the area that I represent here. I heard the chair apologize. I just had to tail in on that one. But I want to commend Mr. Prince for his duties, for his skill, and for his heading up Blackwater. However, when I hear that one of the patron saints of some people, Rush Limbaugh, called our soldiers who have been critical of the experience in Iraq phony soldiers, I am offended, and you should be offended too. And there was a sign over there earlier, Mr. Chair, the General Petraeus satire, and I had sent a message that it should be taken down because it was insulting to people. And I think that people that call our soldiers who speak from experience phony ought to be made to apologize.
Would the gentlelady from Hollywood yield for a question?
No, I will not yield because I have just a little time. Let me say this. I am really concerned when it comes to privatizing the various struggles that we are having in a war zone. And I'm looking at a book here that says Blackwater, the Rise of the World's Most Powerful Mercenary Army. That is really disturbing to me because I feel that every young man and woman, or every man and woman in the military, ought to be paid for their service. And I think you're making a good argument for the amount of money that you have been paid, your organization. And I think my question is, do you feel that we ought to continue on with privatizing the kinds of duties that our military should be trained to execute?
Ma'am, the United States military is the finest, most powerful military in the world.
Absolutely.
Bar none.
And they should be paid accordingly.
It's designed for large-scale conventional operations. What they did to Saddam in '91, and
Well,
then
then
again in
there's something
2003.
wrong with the design, and that's my point.
Oh.
I think you responded, and I hear you clearly. You are providing a service, and I commend you. Let me just continue on. You are providing a service, and those little voids, Mr. Chairman and committee members, ought to be filled by the people who volunteer. We have no draft. These are volunteers. And why should they put their lives on the line for this country and not be compensated so their families back at home don't have to go on welfare and are living in housing that is substandard? And I am just infuriated, not with you, but with the fact that our State Department and our Department of Defense cannot see their way, and they talk about we don't have the money, saving money. This war is costing us $1 trillion. You have been paid over $1 billion and will continue to be paid so that you can buy the helicopters that are shot down. And so my question to you, are we going to have to continue to privatize because we're not training to do what you do? And would it not be better to hire you to train our military to do the kind of guarding or of VIP personnel? Whenever there's a CODEL, you have to guard them. When people from the State Department comes, you have to guard them because we say that our military is not prepared and not trained to do that.
Well, ma'am, I'm happy to say that we do a significant amount of training for the U.S. military every day at our couple of facilities we have around the country.
But you're saying that you feel in a specialty area.
It's
and
a specialty
my
gap, a
question
high-end
that I
personal
throw out
security.
to all of us is why can't we train these people who are willing, who have courage to go in to the military, but then we have to bring on a private firm to do the job they should be trained to do and pay them 3 or 4 times more than we pay those who choose to serve their country by fighting in theater.
The military could do that, but the U.S. military can't be all things to all people all the time.
Why not?
Gentlelady's time has
The
expired.
tyranny of shortage of time and distance. I mean, you can't have an anti-air missile guy also be doing PSD missions and knowing how to be an aviation mechanic. It's too broad of a base of skill requirement.
Mr.
We need
Issa?
more people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, may I have 1 minute?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Issa?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Boy, there's so many inaccuracies, so little time. Perhaps let's start with something from the gentlelady from Hollywood. Isn't it true that, in fact, the military's mission has historically not been to guard either VIPs or the State Department as a whole?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that, in fact, your organization works under the regional security officer for Baghdad?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that contractors have been used directly and indirectly, in other words, non-federal employees, in places like Beirut, Afghanistan, Bosnia, under the Clinton administration? Routinely, isn't there a historic time in which we use non-career RSO Foreign Service officers for these jobs?
Since the founding of the Republic.
Okay, so we're not talking about the military here at all, including, with all due respect to Secretary Gates, somebody, if the State Department recruited for the positions you're presently providing, they would be, in all likelihood, recruiting either current or prior military, wouldn't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is it reasonable for the State Department to own attack helicopters? Or Bell helicopters that are weaponized? Well, let's change it another way.
That's up to them, and our helicopters aren't weaponized.
Yeah, let's look at it another way. Outside of the two theaters, Afghanistan and Iraq, do you know of any place in which the State Department owns or directly controls gunships, if you will, to protect convoys?
They do some crop eradication, some cocaine eradication work in Colombia. That's the only place I know of.
Okay. So this is an unusual mission and one that begs for not creating a career position for, you know, Foreign Service officer, helicopter pilot. There'd only be about 2 or 3 places they'd ever be. Isn't that true?
Well, actually, those are all flown by contractors as well, sir.
I
Down in
agree.
Colombia.
I'm very well aware of that. And that's the point, I guess, is that we're having a hearing that is supposed to not be about your company and supposed to not be about one incident on September 16th. It's supposed to be about cost effectiveness of contractors, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And I wish we were bringing in facts and figures about, let's say, $600 billion of DOD contracts or DOD cost into 1 million soldiers so that we could kind of go, well, isn't that about $600,000 for every soldier? Isn't, in fact, the cost of the Department of Defense, the military, far greater than what we pay our men and women in uniform at the time that they're in combat?
I don't know what those numbers are, sir, but that would be a great, fully burdened cost study that Congress could sponsor. They don't have to do the whole thing. Just take some key nodes and really study it.
Well, and hopefully we will. Hopefully we will get to serious discussion on these issues, because I think that looking at the cost benefit should always be done. And I don't want to, for permanent requirements, I don't want to use contractors if, in fact, federal employees would be more appropriate. I will mention one thing, is if you're feeling a little pressure today, if it's a little tough, just be glad you don't make a diabetes drug. We have
to where, sir?
Be glad you don't make a diabetes drug. Compared to what we did to the Avandia makers, GlaxoSmithKline, you're getting off easy, trust me. They had their product destroyed by jury-rigged testimony and studies that were essentially co-opted in advance. But let's just go to one area that I think hasn't been discussed, and others might not discuss it. Is your sister's name Betsy DeVos?
DeVos.
Yes. Is that your sister?
Yes, it is.
And was she a former Michigan Republican Party chairwoman?
Yes, she was.
And was she a pioneer for Bush?
I don't know. Could be.
Okay. Was she a large contributor to President Bush?
They probably were.
And raised a lot of money for President Bush?
Could easily be.
Went to the Republican conventions in 2000, 2004?
I would imagine they did, yes.
Isn't it true that your family, at least that part of the family, are very well-known Republicans?
Yes.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that your company is easily identified as a Republican-leaning company, and, in fact, the Amway company somewhat so because of family members there? You don't have to speculate overly, but isn't that generally something you understand?
Blackwater is not a partisan company. We haven't done any, you know, we execute the mission given us, whether it's training Navy sailors or protecting State Department personnel. Yes, I've given individual political contributions. I've done that since college, and I did it when I was an active duty member of the Armed Services, and I'll probably continue doing that forward. I didn't give up that right when I became a defense contractor.
And Mr. Chairman, just to finish the thought like we did on the other side of the aisle, I think you're exactly right, that in fact, while being identified as partisan Republican, in fact, your company appears to have done what all companies do, which is, in fact, to operate to do the job they're doing in a nonpartisan way. And I would hope that this committee and the public takes note that labeling some company as Republican-oriented because of family members is inappropriate, and I would hope that we not do it again, and I yield back.
Well, the only one who's done it is you.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's been made. I think the
Maybe
report
that's
made it
why
very
all the
clear.
Republicans are defending the company. Well, Mr. Yarmouth, it's your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Prince, welcome. Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks, sir.
I want to focus on the whole issue of cost and profitability. And I want to clarify something. You talked at one point about the fact that what you are essentially doing is bidding for people who would otherwise be able to make as much money as you would be paying them in the private sector. And first of all, some of that defies imagination, because we're talking about essentially $400,000 to $500,000 worth of cost per individual per year to the government, which would put that individual or that job category in the highest 1% of income earners in the country. So my question to you would be, and this is not in any way to impugn or to minimize the value of Navy SEALs, but outside of a military setting, where could a Navy SEAL, for those talents, make $400,000 to $500,000 if it weren't for a government contract?
I don't know of any of our people that have made $400,000 to $500,000 working as a contractor. They're not getting paid that much. They get paid for every day they're in the hot zone. So it's very much like a professional mariner's existence. They go to sea, they get paid every day they're in the hot zone. The day they leave, their pay goes to zero. Average pay, hypothetically, around $500 a day. We don't pay the $1,000 a day. That's a huge misperception. That's a flat-out error in the media. So if you take $15,000 a month and they work for 6 months, it's $90,000.
But that's not the cost of that job to the American taxpayer.
Yes, sir, but they're not showing up at the job naked. They need uniforms, equipment, body armor, boots, everything you wear from head to toe. Right. Their training, their travel, their insurance, sometimes their food. I mean, there's very, very sophisticated price models that we bid competitively for, hundreds and hundreds of line items. Believe me, our folks burn a lot of electrons putting those price models together because you really got to know what you're doing on the front end. But again, it is a competitively bid product.
Right. Well, I appreciate that. I want to pursue that a second, but I do have in front of me an invoice from Blackwater to the Department of State, in which one of the items is invoice quantity, 3,450 units each, at a cost of $1,221.62. That's your invoice. So
I'm not sure what that invoice is. Could I see that, sir?
I'd be happy to submit that for the record. We dealt several months ago with a situation in which I don't believe you were a subcontractor. Your company was a subcontractor for the State Department, or contractor. You were a subcontractor, and then I'm talking about the incident in Fallujah, where 4 of your employees were ambushed and killed, and we had testimony from 2 of their wives and 2 of their mothers several months ago. And in the course of that testimony, we were told that they had actually contracted, each of them, at a rate of $600 a day. That's what they were to be paid. By the time it got to the American taxpayer, it was around $1,100 a day. You were the 3rd subcontractor under a contract given to KBR, as I recall, then a Halliburton subsidiary. And we asked the question, of all of those subcontracts, did anybody add value up the ladder for that additional $500 based on, and we asked, did they provide any special equipment, any special services, whatever? And the answer was no. So in that case, that's not your profit, but it appeared to us that by and large, that additional $500 that the American taxpayer paid for that one person was largely profit to 3 different corporations. Now, can you shed any light on that situation? And I don't believe, again, that was, I think, a Defense Department contract, and KBR was just delivering supplies to troops, and you were guarding the convoys.
That could easily be. I'm not completely familiar with the contract and the subcontracting arrangement that you're speaking of, but I can tell you, with our work with the State Department, we are direct to the State Department, and there's no other intermediaries adding cost or not adding value.
Okay. One other question I want to ask. You made the comparison again about that we have to bid for these people, but isn't there a significant distinction? I understand if the military trains a pilot, and then the pilot goes out and is bid for by commercial aircraft and so forth. That's the private sector bidding. But in this situation, the American taxpayers are bidding against themselves, because we trained Navy SEALs. Navy SEALs then go into your employee. Then the Navy has to bid, as I understand in one report, $100,000 to get them back. But we're bidding against ourselves, aren't we? We're not bidding against another external competitor.
The nature of the demand of this, especially it grew for Blackwater, it grew even before 9/11. It grew after the Cole was blown up, that Navy ship. So now in a post 9/11 world, you have a lot of different demands for those kind of skill sets that are much higher demand than they were in the late 90s. So that is a changing nature of the market.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. McHenry? Smorland?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to clarify a little bit about who's calling who a Republican company, I want to read from a December 13, 2006 letter from Callahan and Blaine to Ms. Pelosi, Mr. Waxman, Senator Dorgan, Senator Reed, Representative Chris Van Hollen. Nonetheless, as American citizens, we hereby petition to you to initiate, support, and continue the congressional investigations into war profiteering and specifically Blackwater's conduct. Now that there has been a shift in power in Congress, we are hopeful that your investigation, as well as the investigations by Senator Doran and Senator Waxman, will be taken seriously by these extremely Republican companies such as Blackwater's, who have been uncooperative to date, and that these investigations will be fruitful and meaningful. And Mr. Prince, you may recognize that name because I believe they also are the attorneys from some people who are suing you. Mr. Prince, first of all, let me give you a little background probably as to why you're here. There is a party in Congress that does not like companies who show a profit. If you're wealthy, they figure you should have paid more taxes or that you're a crooked businessman. They do not understand someone who is an entrepreneur and offers a valuable service that is above its competitions and that is based at a competitive price. They want to fight a war with no casualties. They exploit our children, whether it is with a plan that will socialize medicine in this country or the horrible situation when innocent children are victims of an act of war. They often have hearings such as this to bias lawsuits that their crony lawyer friends may be handling. There is no cost too high for them for citizens to pay, citizens of this country, whether it is the price of personal integrity or more of their wealth, as long as it moves forward with the ultimate goal of redistribution of wealth of the successful for the takers of this world. They love to have their cake and eat it too, though. For instance, they think the Iraqi government is corrupt and inept, but yet they question you about taking one of your informed employees out of the country with the government's permission. Another example, they say the military should be doing your job, yet they don't want additional troops sent to the theater. One more example, Mr. Prince, is they complain about what our military personnel makes, and then they complain about what you pay the same people that they complained about making so little. So you can see that there's some confusion. I also want to point out to you that 9 of the 22 members on this panel that voted that they agreed with MoveOn.org's attack on General Petraeus. Let me ask you, Mr. Prince, well, let me say some of Blackwater's critics have stated that the firing of personnel has been surprisingly frequent. Have you or your managers ever fired an employee for doing a good job?
Not that I know of, and
I don't think anybody does, do they? So if one of your employees was doing a bad job or not meeting your criteria, then those are some of the people that you got rid of, right?
if they don't hold to the standard, they have one decision to make: window or aisle.
And Mr. Prince, what kinds of professional backgrounds do most of your security personnel have?
All of our personnel working on the WPPS type contract come from the U.S. military or law enforcement community. They have a number of years of experience doing that kind of work, ranging from 5, 8 years up to 20 or 30 years of experience. They're discharged honorably. Most of them are decorated. They've gotten out of the military to choose to take another career path, and so we give them the ability to use those skills back again working for the U.S. government. And let me just say, we are not a partisan organization. That's not on the interview form when you come to work for Blackwater what party you affiliate with at all. We affiliate with America. And the idea that people call us mercenaries, we have Americans working for America, protecting Americans. And
I think you do a very good job.
And the Oxford Dictionary details, defines a mercenary as a professional soldier working for a foreign government, and Americans working for America is not it. Yep, we have a handful of we call them third country national folks from Latin America. They guard some gates and they guard some camps. They don't leave that area. They're static guards. Our PSD guys are Americans working for America.
Gentleman's time has expired. Braley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Prince, my best friend married Mary Lubbers, whose father and grandfather were the presidents at Hope College.
Small world.
I want to start by asking you about a question or a statement you made on page 3 of your written statement that you shared with the committee, where you wrote, "The company and its personnel are already accountable under and subject to numerous statutes, treaties, and regulations of the United States." And then you went on and attached to your statement a list of existing laws, regulations, and treaties that apply to contractors and their personnel. Is that the document that I'm holding up?
Yes, sir.
Attached? Is it your testimony today, under oath, that all Blackwater employees working in Iraq and Afghanistan are subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice, the Military Extraterritorial Jurisdiction Act, and the War Crimes Act?
It is my understanding that is the case, yes, sir.
All right, well, let's look at this document. I want to ask you about it. This document, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, applies in the time of declared war. You would agree that there has been no declared war in Iraq or Afghanistan?
No, but I believe it's been amended to include contingency operations.
Is it your understanding that a contingency operation would apply to what's going on in Iraq and Afghanistan?
I'm not a lawyer, but my layman's understanding is yes.
All right, and then it says to persons serving with or accompanying an armed force in the field. Do you see that?
I don't have it in front of me, but you're reading from it.
Well, I'm just reading from the document that you provided to us. If that's what the Uniform Code of Military Justice provides, you would agree that based upon your own description of the activities of your company, there are times when your employees are not serving with or accompanying armed forces in the field.
There are times when U.S. military units are actually embedded in our motorcades.
But to answer my question, there are times when your employees are not serving with or accompanying armed forces in the field. Isn't that correct?
Sir, I'm not a lawyer,
Well,
so I'm not going to give you that level of detail. If you want a clear written statement as to the a company opinion, I'm sure the State Department can answer what their opinion is on that. But we've looked at it, and we feel comfortable that our guys could be brought under investigation with those ruling legal authorities over their heads.
And then let's look at the Military Extraterritorial Jurisdiction Act. Section 3261, criminal offenses committed by certain members of the armed forces and by persons employed by or accompanied by the armed forces outside the United States. You would agree that there are circumstances where your employees would not meet that definition based upon their service in Iraq and Afghanistan.
I believe that was changed yet again to include any U.S.-funded contract.
Well, that's the definition that applies to U.S.-funded contracts from the statute.
Again, I'm not a lawyer, sir. I'm sorry.
Then let's look at the War Crimes Act of 1996, which applies if the perpetrator is a U.S. national or a member of U.S. armed forces. You would agree, based upon your testimony today, that there would be circumstances when some of your employees would not meet the definition of perpetrator to be covered by the War Crimes Act.
Again, I'm not sure, sir.
Well, you testified that you hire some third country nationals. They would not be U.S. nationals, would they?
Yes, correct.
And they would not be members of the U.S. Armed Forces.
But they're serving in a U.S. DOD contingency operation.
Then let's talk about these payments that have been made as a result of deaths that were related to the conduct of Blackwater employees. One of the payments that we've been provided information about was this $15,000 payment to the guard's family who was guarding Iraqi Vice President Mahdi. Are you familiar with that payment?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any input into the determination of the amount of that payment?
I discussed it with some State Department officials, yes.
Did you feel that it was a satisfactory level of compensation for the loss of that individual?
I believe the cash that was paid was actually $20,000, not $15,000.
All right, $15,000 or $20,000. Based on the information that we've been provided,
One of the things we know is that Blackwater charges the government $1,222 a day for the services of some of its employees. Is that correct?
I believe that number is lower.
Well,
the chart that we provided the committee shows a blended average significantly less than that.
Assuming that figure is correct, if you take someone your age in the United States and look at the U.S. life table, you'll find that somebody your age in this country has a life expectancy of 40 years. So if you were to take that rate of $1,222 a day, multiply it times 365 days a year, multiply it by a 40-year life expectancy, you would get a total lifetime earnings payout of $17,841,200. You would agree with me that pales in comparison to a payment of either $15,000 or $20,000.
Gentleman's time has expired, but you can answer the question.
Your calculations there don't make any sense to me, because that charge, that $1,200 charge that you're talking about us claiming that we charge the government, that includes aviation support. Some of those helicopters that got shot down, that comes out of our hide. Gear, training, travel, all the rest. So I'm not quite sure how that math works out, but I'd be happy to get back to you if you have any written questions.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. McHenry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go through a few facts and make sure we have this on the record. The gentleman is discussing cost, and I want to sort of understand all the facts before we get to a conclusion here. You were previously in the Navy SEALs. How long were you in the military, sir?
92 through the end of 96.
Okay. What is the average time, having been in the SEALs, perhaps you would know this, what's the average time a special forces operator is in the service?
5, 6 years up to 20. It really varies.
But based on your experience,
guys really make a decision point at about 12 years whether they're going to stay for a career or they get out. So I would say 10 to 12 years.
Let's say an operator retires from the military, at which point a Navy SEAL, average Navy SEAL, is doing a much different operation. They're dealing with explosives rather than defensive caravans and convoys. What do you do with those individuals? Do you take Navy SEALs and put them right in there, right out onto the streets? Is there training from Blackwater?
The personnel that deploy for us, they go through, obviously we vet the resumes, we do a criminal background check on them. When they've been accepted, when the resume has been accepted by the customer, they come in for training. They go through another 164 hours of training and vetting at Blackwater. Tactics, techniques, procedures, driving, firearms, defensive tactics. They go through a full psychological evaluation, medical, dental exam, physical tests, shooting tests. There is a very, very rigorous pre-deployment program they all have to do.
A significant amount of expense.
Yes.
All right.
And that's all baked into that daily cost.
Just for the record, when was Blackwater formed?
1997.
At what point did you receive your first government contract?
For the first number of years, our customers were individual SEAL platoons or a Marine Recon platoon or an A-team. And it was down to the individual team sergeant or warrant officer paying with a credit card. Our first big government contract that we won competitively was the Navy force protection contract that they started off after the Cole was blown up. We had a $1.5 billion ship blown up by two guys in a Zodiac.
What year was that?
We started that in 2001.
Okay. Who is your client in Iraq?
Department of State.
Okay. How many competitors do you have within this contract?
There are 2 others.
2 others.
And there was a big competition before then to be down selected for the WPPS contract.
And how is that contract awarded?
It's awarded competitively. You go through a enormous proposal process. They come and inspect your facilities, your training standards, the resumes of each of your personnel. They even have to accept and inspect the resumes of the instructors you're going to have, and they come and audit the program on an almost weekly basis.
Okay. So let's go forward. There's roughly 1,000 Blackwater contractors, operators, these former veterans that you or veterans that you now have trained that are out securing embassy staff and a number of civilians in Iraq. Let's say it's 1,000, just for purposes here. Roughly how much administrative staff do you have associated with those 1,000 individuals?
We run that whole program, instructors, program management people, that sort of thing, with less than 50 people.
With less than 50 people?
Yes, sir.
So roughly it's 1,000 to 50 is the ratio from operators in the field to administrative staff?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now there's this notion, we're not the Armed Services Committee here, but there's this notion of tooth to tail ratio, which means how many operators do you have in the field and the expense of them, how much administrative functions do you have. In the active duty military, based on your recollection, what is that rough estimate?
What's the DOD's tooth to tail ratio?
Yes.
I've seen as high as 8 to 1 or even 12 to 1.
Okay.
One tooth, 8 to 10, 12 tail.
So one individual in the field, 12 individuals outside of operating. So the ratio, when you talk about when these people on the committee talk about the expense of having that one operator in the field, it is far less for an individual contractor. When you're a private security contractor like you are in Iraq, it's far more efficient for the total program to have a contractor because their tooth-to-tail ratio is far better than what it is in the active duty military. Therefore, the cost of that one operator in the field for all the support services they have associated with them is far less for a company like Blackwater than it is for the active duty military. And can you, my time is up, but if you can actually discuss this with the committee and maybe in a minute or so explain the expense of the overall operations.
All I would say
Gentleman's time's up, but Mr. Prince.
I would just
please go ahead
encourage
and answer.
the committee, and we'd be happy to make some suggestions on areas where you could do a true activity-based cost study. What does it cost the U.S. government to do XYZ functions in the field and do an accurate drill down? Because unless you know what something costs, everything before that or after that is hyperbole.
Is it your contention that it's far cheaper for you to operate in the field? I just wanted to answer this question, if I could, Mr. Chairman.
You didn't
Is
answer
it your contention that it's much cheaper to the taxpayers for your activities as a contractor with the Department of State than it would be for active duty military to do the very same task because of that tooth-to-tail ratio?
Yes, and because it's tough for the military to be all things to all people all the time. If they're going to continue to have air defense artillerymen, all the other conventional warfare qualifications they have to have, it's tough for them to do all things all the time.
If you have some kind of document that backs up your statement, we certainly would like to see it, and we'd like to ask you to provide it to our committee.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. McCollum?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McHenry and I had the opportunity to go to Afghanistan together, where in fact the military did provide, when we went out on visits, did provide our security. I also had the opportunity of being in Iraq, where we had a private security detail take us from point to point. And there's been some discussion about who is more caring about getting on the ground and seeing what is going on. And I just wanted people to know for the record here that I've been both places and under both circumstances. I'd like to follow up a little more on what Mr. Braley was talking about. You provided this chart on contractor accountability, and you've made the statement that the DoD can bring charges against your contractors. Can the Department of State bring charges against your contractors?
I believe that would be done by the Justice Department. They do the prosecuting of those laws.
Under the CPA Order 17, contractors have immunity from the Iraqi legal system. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So if a Blackwater contractor would commit, as what an investigation might determine would be murder, on their own time, that was the Christmas Eve holiday, I believe, that you were describing, or Christmas holiday, do you believe the Iraqi government would not be able to charge that individual with a crime, even on their own time?
That's my understanding, yes.
Do you believe that immunity should be repealed if something happens when someone's quote-unquote off-duty and an Iraqi is murdered?
I believe U.S. laws should be enforced, and you can have that justice system back here in America work.
So you believe that the immunity under CPA Order 17 should stand?
I believe so. I'm not sure any foreigner would get a fair trial in Iraq right now. I think they would at least get a fair trial here in the United States.
Your charts indicate that contractors are accountable under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Your contractors work for the Department of State. Is the Department of State accountable under the Uniform Code of Military Justice?
I will not be presumptuous to answer for the Department of State, ma'am.
Well, you provided this. You told Mr. Braley that all your employees are under this chart. So then you're saying that...
Well, ultimately, it's for the Justice Department to decide which avenue of jurisdiction they have.
So this is just what you feel that people might be held under accountability with your contractors. This is just a feeling you have. You don't know any of that for a fact, do you?
I had legal opinions that I respect put that together, and they gave their opinions that those were laws that State Department contractors, DOD contractors, contractors for the U.S. government could be held accountable under.
So whether it's a feeling or an opinion, you cannot state for a fact, that any of your contractors that have a State Department contract can be held accountable under the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
That's correct, ma'am, because that's for the Justice Department to decide.
I think that's important to clear that up. Do you operate in a military capacity or civilian capacity?
Civilian capacity.
So now you're saying that civilians
well, our men are not serving members of the U.S. military.
So you're saying that civilians can be held accountable to the Uniform Code of Military Justice, in your opinion?
And I believe that's why they extended that not just to wars that were declared, but also to contingency operations as well.
To your knowledge, have there been any military courts or civilian courts that have held any of the contractors who have been charged or been accused of a crime in Iraq?
It's my understanding there was a conviction of a contractor that was working for the CIA that was convicted in North Carolina for actions in Afghanistan.
Gentlelady's time is expired.
Mr. Jordan. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Prince, I too want to thank you for your service to our country and for the good work that your company has been doing in Iraq and Afghanistan. Just want to pick up on a couple things that the Congressman from North Carolina had talked about. Just some general questions. I know you've been sitting there for 3 hours, so just a few questions. I'm going to yield some time to the gentleman from California. How many employees does your you mentioned before a little bit earlier, 1,000 in the field, 50 administrative, but does that represent the entire workforce at Blackwater?
We have about 550 full-time folks in the United States, 1,000, 1,100 or so in Iraq, and then hundreds more in little pockets around the world. The next greatest concentration would obviously be Afghanistan. There's about 300, 400 there.
So a couple thousand working for you now?
More or less, yes, sir.
And you mentioned the extensive training that when some of the special operations individuals who then come to work for you after they leave the military service, and the training they undergo. I believe you said earlier that there was a study done that shows there is no higher exit rate or quicker exit rate, we will say, because of your company versus what typically happens. Is that true?
Right. It was a GAO study, and it was not just directed at us. It was directed at kind of the private security industry.
Okay. And real quickly, just tell me, how does in your testimony, in the opening paragraph, you talk about you provide training to America's military and law enforcement communities and risk their lives to protect Americans in harm's way overseas. So are there several types of contracts that your company does? You do training contracts with the government, protective contract, or do you do one contract per year? Or tell me how those work.
We have a number of different contracts. We never started this operation to be a security provider. Started as a training facility.
Okay.
The SEAL teams, Special Forces, Marine Recon, SWAT teams, those were our customers for the first few years. The Navy came after the coal was blown up. We trained well over 100,000 sailors since then how to protect their ships. We do, through one of our affiliates, we do aviation support in Afghanistan. We do...
how many, Mr. Prince, how many contracts would you have right now with the federal government? Any idea?
More than 50.
Okay. Okay.
Some are very small, some are very big. But
again, I want to thank you for your service. And Mr. Chairman, if I could yield to the gentleman from California.
I thank the gentleman, and I just wanted to point something out. Mr. Prince, did you see the memorandum dated October 1st, that's yesterday, that is entitled Additional Information About Blackwater, USA? Comes out of Mr. Waxman's office. It's 15 pages.
Yes. I did see that, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you note that on page 5, Mr. Waxman and or his staff said the following: Blackwater is owned by Eric Prince. Mr. Prince is a former Navy SEAL who owns the company through a holding company. After that, it begins to talk about the White House, your father-in-law, your sister, et cetera, and basically talks about everything I asked you, the Michigan Republican Party, the donations. So, Mr. Chairman, hopefully you'll appreciate that it was your staff that created everything that I brought up, and you put it out in writing one day before this hearing. And my question to you, Mr. Prince, is, have you ever seen a bio about your life that starts off, you were a Navy SEAL, and then goes on to everything your sister did on behalf of the Michigan Party and your Republican credentials? Is this the first time you've seen a bio like this?
I love my sister very much, but it's not often our bios get printed together.
Well, and you know, it's interesting because, you know, I'm noticing, you know, that for this committee, you know, a donor search done on the 29th of September at opensecrets.org was done to find out how much money you gave to who. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
And do you think that's really germane to today, or do you think that attempts to paint you as a Republican supporter?
I don't think it's germane today. I think we do good work, and mighty proud of the folks that we have doing the work.
Okay, and I heard a rumor that your company or someone in your company had given to the Green Party. Do you know about that?
Could have been. Okay,
I just wanted to know that there were people on both the far left and the far right relative to the chairman who may have benefited by your company. But Mr. Chairman, I would ask that page 5 of your memo be considered as what I called it, an attempt to paint this gentleman and his company through Republican eyes to a Democrat base for political purposes. And I stand by my statement, Mr. Chairman. Yield back to the gentleman from
Could I just ask one clarification, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Your first contract, Mr. Prince, government contract was in 1997, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, no. Our first customer, we started the business in 97. First customer was January of 98.
First federal customer, that was under the Clinton
That was a SEAL team.
That was under the Clinton administration.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I'd like to now recognize Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Prince, in the charter or bylaws of your corporation, either the holding company or Blackwater, does it say explicitly that it will only work for the United States of America or its entities?
No, it doesn't.
So
but if I could clarify, anything we do for any foreign government, any training of anything from law enforcement training to any kind of aviation training, tactical flying, any of that stuff, all of that is licensed back through the State Department, another part of the State Department.
But you're the owner of the company, the CEO. If limitations like this are not in the charter and bylaws, isn't there a risk that should something happen to you that different management, in order to maximize profits, might seek contracts from any number of other foreign countries? Like if Vladimir Putin offered a lot of money, why would you want to turn that down as a business entity?
Because you'd be violating federal law and the whole place could be shut down very, very quickly.
But you're assuming a State Department license would apply.
It does.
Regular private company. You can.
No, sir. I'm sorry. We have to have a license to train.
But I'm not talking about training other people's private police. Say you took some of your former people who were former Navy SEALs, Special Forces, whatever, and they were working for hire. What prevents you in your current company charter or bylaws to prevent those hiring out those people to foreign governments?
U.S. federal law does.
Which law?
Defense Trade Controls Act. Any training, any security services, any export of any weapons, any equipment you'd use to do that kind of job requires a license. And on top of that, this idea that we have this private army in the wings is just not accurate. The people we employ are former U.S. military law enforcement people that have sworn the oath to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They bleed red, white, and blue. So the idea that they're going to suddenly switch after having served honorably for the U.S. military and go play for the other team, it's not likely.
These are independent contractors or employees. They're supposed to do what they're told. And is your omission of this key bit of information from the charter or bylaws only due to the fact that it would be redundant? If it's assumed, why don't you go ahead and put it in the charter and bylaws that these people, this company, will only work for the United States of America and its entities? Why wouldn't that be a nice addition to the charter and bylaws?
That wouldn't make any sense because we have NATO allies helping in Afghanistan, helping the United States mission there, and there might be opportunities for us to provide them with training or aviation support or logistics or construction or a lot of other things that allies need, especially as the U.S. Is trying to build capacity around the world. There's a lot of countries that need help building out their police departments, giving them more counterterrorism capability.
26 NATO allies, so you could work for any of them?
26 NATO allies, but more and more the U.S. government is doing FID missions, foreign internal defense. We've done a number of successful programs for them working for the U.S. government where they hire us, we go in and we build that capacity and train them and provide the equipment, all of which is licensed by the State Department. When we apply for that license, it goes to the State Department and they farm it out to the relevant part of the DoD to control and authorize that licensing. What's the curriculum going to be, what tactics, even down to which individual in which country is going to be trained so they can do a check on them. So that is all controlled by the U.S. government already, sir.
On your website, it says that you were contracted to enhance the Azerbaijan Naval Sea Commando's maritime interdiction capability. Is Azerbaijan a member of NATO?
No, but that was paid for by the U.S. government.
Well, let me ask another question.
It was part of their regional engagement policy. I don't make that policy, sir.
Wouldn't it be nice to put in your charter and bylaws that you only work for U.S. or U.S.-approved entities? Why would that be harmful to your company?
We'd be happy to do that, but it's absolutely redundant because we can't work for someone that's not U.S.-approved.
Redundancy is a small objection to making sure that you're a loyal U.S. company. Let me ask another question. What if a large company inside the United States of America wanted to hire your company for services, say to break a strike or for other purposes like that? Is that allowed under your charter and bylaws?
That's not something we've even explored.
But it would be permissible under your current company charter? It's a new line of business, possibly?
No.
That might be very profitable?
It's not something we're looking at, not part of our strategic plan at all, sir.
I know, but you're a mortal human being. Your company would allow it according to its current charter and bylaws?
Well, I have 5 boys that I'm raising, so one of them perhaps will take over someday.
Why not put it in the charter and bylaws? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see that my time has expired.
Mr. Cooper, your time has expired. Mr. Hodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Prince, thank you for being with us today.
Thanks for having me, sir. Glad I could come here and correct some facts.
There has been some discussion from the other side of the aisle about whether or not these hearings are partisan. Do you agree that it is not a partisan issue to examine whether or not the use of private contractors, including Blackwater, is advantageous to American taxpayers?
It's certainly the part of the Congress to make sure the money is spent well that taxpayers pay.
And do you also agree that it is not a partisan issue to inquire whether failures to hold Blackwater personnel accountable for misconduct undermine our efforts in Iraq?
It's a fair enough thing to look into.
Earlier today, you were asked what action Blackwater took to penalize an employee who, while drunk, shot and killed an Iraqi security guard for the Iraqi vice president on Christmas Eve of 2006. You recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
And you responded that Blackwater fired and fined the employee, but you weren't sure of the amount of the fine. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Blackwater, at the committee's request, provided the committee an internal Blackwater email that appears to reflect a discussion of what Blackwater did to this employee. It's dated Monday, January 8th, 2007, approximately 2 weeks after the incident in question. And it says, quote, regarding termination, he has forfeited the following compensation that he would have otherwise been authorized. Return airfare, $1,630, completion bonus, $7,067, 4th of July bonus, $3,000, and a Christmas bonus of $3,000. Now, it appears to me that the so-called fine consisted of taking away the contractor's bonuses and making him pay his own way home. Is that accurate?
And any forthcoming compensation that he had. I don't know when the guy's contract would have ended, but yes, we took away whatever else we could.
How long had he worked for your company?
I have no idea.
Do you know what he'd been paid during the time of his employment up till the time he shot and killed the Iraqi guard?
No idea, sir.
Do you have any idea what your profit on that employee had been up until the time of this incident?
Probably in keeping with the 10.5% indicated on our chart.
Would you have records that would show us what you had paid him up until that time and from which we could find out what profit you had made?
I'm sure we could dig through that and find it, yes, sir.
And would you be willing to provide that to us?
I'll get my people right on it.
I'm asking for it now, so I'd like to have that sent. Thank you very much.
All right.
Now, you've also
Without
told us...
objection, the document you've used for your questioning will be made part of the record.
Thank you. Mr. Prince, you also said that Blackwater is extremely scrupulous in enforcing your standards. And you've told us that you did basically all you could to this employee and that the rest was up to the Department of Justice. What you did was you took away his bonuses, 4th of July, completion bonus, Christmas bonus. He paid his own way home, and he couldn't work for you anymore.
And made sure his clearance was canceled as well.
Is that your idea, Mr. Prince, of corporate accountability?
Could you say the question again, sir, please?
Is that your idea, Mr. Prince, of corporate accountability?
This employee, I can't make any apologies for what he did. He clearly violated the rules that he knew that, we give each of our guys a independent contractor handbook. It's all the do's and the don'ts of what they're expected to do and not do. Beyond firing him for breaking the rules, withholding any funds we can't flog him, we can't incarcerate him, we can't do anything beyond that. That is the sole reservation of the U.S. Justice Department.
The Justice Department has not acted against this individual?
I believe their investigation is ongoing.
They haven't done anything so far, right?
We're not privy to that information, sir.
This was a potential murder, was it not?
It was a guy that put himself in a bad situation.
Would you agree with me that this was potentially a murder, sir?
Beyond watching detective shows on TV, sir, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't determine whether it would be a manslaughter, a negligent homicide. I don't know. I don't know how to nuance that, but I do know he broke our rules. He put himself in a bad situation, and something very tragic happened.
Thank you, Mr. Hodes.
Thank you.
Mr. Sarbanes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I want to follow up on that line of questioning a little bit more. I think you said that when people violate the rules in a significant way, they have one decision left to make, which is aisle or window, right? Meaning they're on.
Because they're fired.
They're on their way out. They have one decision, and that's whether to sit on the aisle or sit by the window. And then the other consequence that Mr. Hodes spoke to was the financial penalty that they would experience, but it just seems like a few $1,000s, particularly against a pretty lucrative contract that they would have had. And it strikes me that that's, if that's the only deterrent that's at work in terms of people performing at a high level, that's not much. In other words, you can say, well, let me get in here, let me make a good living here for a moment, and if I screw up, in a terrible way, as this one incident illustrates, then the worst that's going to happen to me is I'm going to have to choose between an aisle seat or a window seat and maybe give up a bonus in my last paycheck. I mean, that's essentially the consequence that they face. Isn't that right?
I would also add that we endeavor to get their security clearance canceled, and once that's done, they'll never work in a clearance capacity for the U.S. government again, or it's very, very unlikely.
Okay. But you'd agree that it doesn't have the same kind of deterrent effect that it would have if they thought that they were going to be subject to prosecution, if there was a clear set of rules in place, a clear context in which they could be prosecuted, they could face something akin to a court-martial, or all the other kinds of measures that can occur if you were in a traditional military setting. You'd agree that that provides an extra level of deterrence.
Mr. Chairman, I think the witness has already testified that he did everything that his company could to this person, and that he is not the prosecutor.
You're not acting according
to the rules. I'm headed in the direction.
This is not a court case. The gentleman has time, and I'm going to restore his time.
Where I'd
to ask whatever he wants and to say whatever he wants. Some people in this committee have said completely outlandish things, and nothing we can do about it. They have their right, including you. You read a whole blasphemous statement about Democrats, but no one objected to that. So a gentleman is going to be recognized for...
In any event, would you agree that that would provide some extra deterrent, some extra reason for people to exercise their conduct in a careful way?
We welcome that level of accountability. Most of our people have already served in the U.S. military, or they served in a law enforcement capacity. They're used to that kind of accountability and transparency into what they're doing.
Well, I appreciate your saying that, because
we're not hiding anything.
Yeah, I would like to leave aside the question of whether you should be, Blackwater should be in this space that you're in. I don't know enough about the history of whether providing the sort of protective services that you do is something that isn't done by the military traditionally or is, so I'm going to leave that aside. I'm also leaving aside the issue of the cost, which strikes me as exorbitant in terms of what the taxpayers are paying here. You keep calling for, I think, an activity-based cost analysis or assessment, which I think we'd be happy to get more information about. I got to believe there's a less expensive way, even to hire private contractors like yourself. And so I'm really left with the accountability issue as the one that strikes me as front and center here. And as I've listened to your testimony, in particular, you're saying with respect to this one person who was drunk and committed this homicide. I'll characterize it that way. I think you said you'd be happy to see that person prosecuted, something akin to that. And I'd like to enlist you as an advocate to strengthen whatever the rules and rules of engagement are, whatever the statutes are that are out there. Mr. Braley took us through these various things, and you indicated that you weren't sure whether each of those necessarily reached as far as they could in providing that kind of penalty environment, and I'd like you to speak to whether it would be a good thing to make sure that it does.
I believe Congressman Price from North Carolina has been pushing to amend some of that language, and we support that fully.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back his time. Next questioner on the list from the chairman looks like Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Prince, thank you for coming. I want to ask a few questions about the finances. My understanding is that Blackwater had contracts with the federal government in 2001 in the amount of $736,000.
Could easily be, yes, sir.
And in 2006, that number had exploded to $593 million.
May I have just one minute, please?
I don't use my time.
Okay. I'm not sure.
Well, you don't dispute it. This is what's in the report that was referred to earlier.
Well, some of the later years on that report aren't quite accurate, so I'm not going to discount the whole thing, but...
Okay, according to the report, 51% of the Blackwater contracts were no-bid contracts, $493 million that were explicitly no competition, and $30 million were awards after limiting or excluding qualified bidders. Is this more or less correct? Any reason to dispute it?
It could be, sir. I don't know.
All right. And since 2003, when the war began, your Blackwater contracts have exceeded $1 billion, correct?
I don't know the answer, sir. If you got specific questions on financials, we'll get you the answers.
Well, these are facts that are in the record. You can check them out, but I'll just advise you.
Well, there's some stuff in the chairman and the committee's report that are not accurate, so I can't agree to the entire committee's report.
One of the concerns that's been expressed is that a sergeant who provides security services in a full military setting is paid $50,000 to $60,000. If it's an employee from Blackwater, the cost to the taxpayer is about $445,000. Is that more or less correct?
Could you read? You have a copy of what you're reading from, at least.
Well, you've been asked about this by several members already. Let me just continue. Let's talk a little bit about training. You were a SEAL and served with distinction, as I understand it, as a SEAL, correct?
Yes.
And your training as a SEAL was beneficial to you in the work that you're doing now as the head of this agency, this company.
Helped form me in my life, absolutely.
Okay. And you, I think, also indicated that Blackwater hires our military veterans and law enforcement veterans, many of whom have recent military deployments, correct? Makes sense to do that.
Yep.
So it's fair to say that Blackwater as a company in recruiting personnel has benefited from the taxpayer finance training of people that Blackwater hires, correct?
We take people that have prior honorable military service and provide them an opportunity to use those skills again at their highest and best use.
Okay. And it's fair to say that Blackwater contracts have in fact surged since 2003 when the war began, correct?
The nature of the security environment around the world has changed, yes.
And it's true, or is it true, that as reported by the Center for Responsive Politics, you did make, as you have a right to make, contributions of $225,000 to the, that included $160,000 to the Republican National Committee and the National Republican Campaign Committee?
I don't know that sitting here right now. Again, I can go back and dig through our contribution records to figure out exactly what we gave in what period.
Well, that's the report that we've been given. And again, you have a right to do that. My concern is the nature of the contracts. Now, you are also aware that General Petraeus, who's in command of 160,000 troops, is paid by taxpayers $180,000 for the extraordinary responsibilities that he bears for our security in Iraq, correct?
I don't know what General Petraeus gets paid.
That's what it is. Blackwater has 861 or so personnel, according to this report in 2006, in Iraq. Is that more or less right?
Could be, yes, sir.
All right, General Petraeus was paid $180,000 for supervising 160,000 troops. How much were you paid in 2006?
I'll get back to you with that exact answer. I don't know.
Well, you can give me an estimate.
More than $1 million.
Well, as I remember, when my colleague, Mr. Hunter, asked you what your about your contracts, you indicated 90% of your Blackwater contracts came from the federal government, correct?
Yes.
I.e. the taxpayer. And he asked you what your profit margin was, and my recollection of your testimony today was about 10%.
That's what the report that we submitted to the committee says, yes.
So walk through the math with me. If Blackwater has had $1 billion in contracts since the war began in 2003, and there's a 10% profit margin, that's $100 million in profit, is it not?
This was a representative of one of the WPPS contract. Some contracts we lose money on, some we lose all kinds of money on, some we make money on.
Mr.
We understand we have significant
you were
variables.
asked a question and you gave an answer. And the question was very simple. It's the kind of question that a CEO pays real attention to. What's your profit margin? Your answer was 10%. I'm doing the math. 1 billion, 10%, $100 million.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Some contracts we lose money on. Losing 3 helicopters this year is certainly beyond the scope of math.
The next questioner is Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me just follow up on Mr. Wells' question. I mean, certainly as the CEO of the company, you can tell us what your profit has been in the past several years as a company.
I can give approximate numbers, but we're a private company, and I'm sure it's the Congress's main interest in maintaining healthy competition amongst government vendors. So we're a private company, and there's a key word there, private.
And so you will not disclose to us what the profit, what the annual profit over the last...
No, that's not what I just said. We gave you an example of the profitability of a WPPS contract looks like, but I'm not going to go into our full financials.
And I guess, you know, I'm a new member of Congress, but as a representative of my constituents that pay 90% of your salary, pay 90% of the salaries of your employees, I think it's a little difficult for us to fathom how that information isn't relevant to this committee or this Congress.
Mr. Chairman, may I have a minute with the witness, please?
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
So let me go back.
Mr. Murphy has 4 minutes left. The hearing will resume.
Thank you, and I want to wrap up so Mr. Lynch can ask some questions before we break. So let me ask the question again after your consultation with your colleague. It's your position that you don't believe that it's in the best interest of your company or this committee to have discussions with the United States Congress about the profit that you make off of U.S. government contracts?
We can have that discussion, but I'm not fully prepared here sitting today to answer each and every one of your questions down to that level of detail.
I'm not asking for a level of detail. I'm asking for an approximation of your annual profit based on the fact that you make 90% of your money from U.S. taxpayers.
Again, we'll come back to you. If you have written questions, we'll give you written answers after the hearing is done.
Because you testified today that you are not sure of that number. You don't know that number.
I'm not sure of that number. How can I calculate in depreciation on assets when our helicopters parked around near the embassy in Baghdad get hit by rockets all the time, that they get fragged, that 3 of them have been shot down? There is a whole host of variability to our profitability depending on when an asset is expended or destroyed.
You know, and Mr. Prince, I'm not a businessman, but I find it pretty hard to believe that the CEO of a major company in this country, whether it be privately financed or publicly financed, can't give an approximation of your annual profit on a year-to-year basis?
I think when the committee meets with any of my finance folks, they will tell you I'm not a financially driven guy.
Let me just ask one other quick question before I yield back. You made a comment before that you had a handful of third country nationals working for you, and not to disparage the need to have third country nationals working for the company, but I just want to get a better handle on what a handful means. The memo that we have before us, and I understand you draw issue with some of those numbers, so I want to get it straight, suggests that of the 161 Blackwater personnel in Iraq today, 243 of them are third country nationals. Does that sound right?
Your best bet is drawing off these page 1 of what we submitted to the committee, where it says U.S., TCN, or HCN.
And so what percentage of those serving in Iraq are under Blackwater are third country nationals? By your numbers. Because by our numbers, it's just less than 1/3, which doesn't sound like a handful. That sounds like 1/3 of all your personnel are not U.S.
Well,
citizens.
I'm looking at one here. It shows 576 U.S., 129 TCN, and 16 locals.
So you're talking
So divide 129 by 576 and you get your percentage.
Okay. It sounds like a little bit more than a handful, but I appreciate your testimony. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The next questioner is Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank the witness for his perseverance here today and for helping the committee with its work. We've heard a lot today about the loss of accountability when an inherent government function, in this case, duties that are incidental to the prosecution of war, are subcontracted out to private entities. And as Mr. Shays and Mr. Platts have mentioned earlier, my Republican colleagues, I also have had an opportunity to view firsthand on more than a few occasions the work of Blackwater employees. I would guess that in the dozen or so occasions when I've traveled with my colleagues to Iraq and Afghanistan, your area of operations principally, I would bet at least half of those times, for at least a portion of our time there, we've been protected by Blackwater employees. And based on my own personal experience, I have to say from personally what I have seen and what I have experienced, those people who are protecting us, who are Blackwater employees, did a very, very good job. I have to give you credit for that. They are brave employees, brave Americans in a very hostile environment. And I find myself right now at this committee having a difficult time criticizing those employees because I am in their debt. You know, that's a very hostile environment, and they do a good job on our behalf, which brings me to my problem. If I have a problem criticizing Blackwater and criticizing the employees and some of the times that you've fouled up, what about the State Department? The State Department employees, you protect them every single day. You protect their physical well-being, you transport them, you escort them, and I'm sure there is a heavy debt of gratitude on the part of the State Department for your service. And yet they are the very same people who are, in our system, responsible for holding you accountable in every respect with your contract and the conduct of your employees. And I know from my own experience in the time there that that's an impossible conflict for them to resolve. And I have here in my possession, I'm going to ask them to be entered into the record in a minute, some internal emails from the State Department. And these documents that the committee's received raise questions, again, about the State Department's oversight of Blackwater's activities under the contract. Even in the cases involving the debt of Iraqis, it appears that the State Department's primary response was to ask Blackwater to make monetary payments to, quote, unquote, this is from the emails, to put these matters behind us. These are the deaths of Iraqi civilians, rather than to insist upon accountability or to investigate Blackwater personnel for potential criminal liability. The most serious consequence faced by Blackwater personnel for misconduct appears to be termination of their employment. And even though Secretary of State John Negroponte asserted that every incident in which Blackwater fires its weapon is, quote, reviewed by management officials to ensure the procedures were followed, the documents that we have before the committee don't indicate that. I do have some emails, though, and this one is dated, I'll ask these to be entered into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without
this
objection,
is July
so ordered.
1st, 2005, from RSO Al Hilla. This is a situation where Blackwater personnel fired and killed. This morning, it says, this morning I met with the brothers of an adult Iraqi male who was killed by a gunshot to the chest at the time and location where the PSD, in this case Blackwater team, fired shots in Al Hilla on Saturday, June 25th, 2005. The gentleman in question was killed, and then it says, gentlemen, allow me to second the comments on the need for Blackwater to provide funds ASAP. For all the reasons enunciated in the past, we are better off getting this case and any similar cases behind us quickly. Again, the Department of State needs to promptly approve and fund an expedited means of handling these situations. Thanks. And it mentions $5,000 for the family there. Again, another email dated December 26, 2006, and it says, this is again a situation where Blackwater personnel killed an individual civilian innocently standing near an area where the convoy was traveling. It criticizes the way they charged the affairs, was talking about, quote, some crazy sums. Originally, she mentioned $250,000 and later $100,000. Of course, I think that a sum this high will set a terrible precedent. This could cause incidents with people trying to get killed by our guys to financially guarantee their family's future.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Yeah, I'm going to wrap up here. And again, I'm going to ask these to be placed in the record. The question is, based on that arrangement, does it not make sense that an independent Inspector General instead of the State Department Inspector General review these? I mean, I think it would help the credibility of the company to have an independent Inspector General reviewing these cases instead of having the State Department basically make you pay up $5,000 every time you kill a person.
I have high regard for the gentleman from Massachusetts, but he's gone 2 or 3 minutes over.
The gentleman's time has expired. I need to ask the witness, we have 2 questioners remaining. If you would like to take a break now, that would be fine, or there are about 10 minutes of questions remaining. It's your call.
If there's 2 questions left, I'll take them.
Okay.
And then let's be done.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to give the witness a chance to answer that last question?
Well, the gentleman considerably exceeded his time limit. We had actually given you considerably more than the 5 minutes due to a mistake in the clock. So I think we need to keep this in regular order. The gentlelady is recognized. Ms. Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Prince, I want to be clear that however you serve your country, whether as a member of the armed forces or now as a contractor in time of war, the people of the American people are indebted to you. We understand that the risk is the same. I want to avoid confusing the high purpose of the volunteer army with what how some nations candidly operate. However you define mercenary armies, some nations have long used mercenary soldiers to deal in foreign countries with unpleasant tasks. The more dependent we become on contractors, the more we risk falling right off the cliff into a mercenary army. That's nothing that you would have responsibility for, but it must be said, people fight wars countries fight wars where the people support them, and the people support them by being willing to provide the troops to fight those wars. And that's the risk we have. I want to ask you a question or two about your contract with the State Department. under this contract, you employ security personnel as independent contractors rather than as your own direct employees, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have to provide employee benefits such as health or disability insurance, vacation, retirement, and the like as a result.
Each of the individuals that deploys for us has a very robust insurance package that is with them every day they're working for us.
You also can avoid making Social Security contributions or withholding taxes. Is that not true?
I'm not sure on that.
I believe that is true, sir. By contrast, DynCorp and Triple Canopy and other security firms that support the State Department treat their personnel as employees entitled to these benefits. Why do you treat your personnel differently from these two companies?
I don't know the differences in how they compensate their people. I will tell you we have the highest retention in the industry. We have guys that sign up for us at a very, very high rate, so we don't get losses. The men and women seem to feel very well treated by us.
Well, of course, one of the differences is in the employee benefit package I've just named. Does Blackwater hire personnel as independent contractors in order to avoid legal responsibility for the company?
No, it's actually really what the men that deploy for us prefer. We find it's a model that works.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it may, in fact...
They like the flexibility of signing on for a certain period of time and being able to schedule their off time around an anniversary, the child's birthday, being home for Christmas, etc. So it gives them flexibility as to when they're going to deploy, when they're going to go to work, just like a professional man.
Does it really give them more flexibility than the other two companies who have them as employees? Those people don't have the same kind of flexibility, or what kind of flexibility can you have if you need your employees at a time of engagement, for example?
I don't know, ma'am.
Well, I think the fact is when you need them, you need them. You don't say you can go home for Christmas, sir. Mr. Chairman, I think we should, I'm very disturbed by this confusion, which amounts to legal confusion about the responsibilities of contractors. I will concede the notion that employees can choose whether they want to work for a company that, in fact, requires them to save for their own benefits or not. My confusion...
Ma'am, let me just add, we have a Unicay program that allows them, it's like an individual 401k plan, so they are able to, while working for us, able to have a 401k-like program.
Yeah, I understand that. They probably the other employees, companies that I've mentioned probably also have 401k programs. And again, my major concern is not what private employees decide to do. Mr. Chairman, my concern is that these Blackwater contractors, so far as I can see, operate under the direct command or supervised by Mr. Prince and his company. They operate under the law of the United States in some fashion, and it is simply unclear after a full day's hearings whether these employees, whether this company is subject to law in the way that the American people expect anybody in a field of combat to, in fact, be subject to the law of some place. So I believe we need an investigation, Mr. Chairman, by the jail to clarify what law, if any, such companies and their employees, whether contract employees or not, should answer to.
Gentlelady,
if I could just answer, ma'am, I think the FBI investigation regarding the September 16 incident proves that there is that accountability is in place, that process is working. And as for us, them working for us when they're overseas, we provide the trained person with the right equipment, the right training, the logistics to get them in and out of theater, when they get to Iraq or they get to Afghanistan, they work for the State Department. We work under that, the RSO's operational control. They're not under our operational control.
Thank you, Ms. Norton. Ms. Schakowsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I really appreciate you allowing me to participate in this hearing, and I thank the committee for their indulgence. I wanted to let everyone know that I'm shortly going to be introducing legislation to carefully phase out the use of private security contractors, for-profit companies that carry out sensitive missions that have repeatedly and dramatically affected our mission. I want to recognize the mother of Jerry Zavko, who is here today. Jerry was an Army Ranger before becoming a Blackwater employee. He died in Fallujah on an infamous mission fraught with mistakes on the part of his Blackwater supervisors. That was over 3.5 years ago and led to the Battle of Fallujah, during which many of our U.S. forces lost their lives. As Mr. Davis, the ranking member, said, we need a conversation in this Congress about that, and I'm hoping that my legislation will provide that. Mr. Prince, in your testimony, you stated Blackwater personnel supporting our country's overseas missions are all military and law enforcement veterans. You did not state that they were all Americans, all American military and law enforcement veterans. Is it true that Blackwater hires foreign security personnel?
One of your colleagues previously asked that question. Yes, some of the camp guards, gate guards, static locations are indeed third country national soldiers.
In 2004, Gary Jackson, the president of Blackwater USA, admitted that your company had hired former commandos from Chile to work in Iraq, many of which served under General Augusto Pinochet, the former dictator of Chile. As you must know, his forces perpetrated widespread human rights abuses, including torture and murder of over 3,000 people. Did Blackwater or any of its affiliated companies at that time use any Chilean contractors with ties to Pinochet?
Well, I can say Mr. Jackson did not admit to hiring some commandos. Yes, we did hire some Chileans. Any foreign national soldier that works for us now for the State Department have to have it's called a high public trust clearance.
Okay,
it's basically a security clearance for a third country national soldier where you take their name, it goes back through the U.S. Embassy in that country, and their name is run kind of like a national agency check here, which is what someone does for a security clearance.
Okay, I understand
that way
that
we
one
can
of
ensure
your,
that they have no criminal record, ma'am.
I understand that one of your business associates, Jose Miguel Pizarro, was indicted in Chile for his role in supplying commandos to serve Blackwater. Is that correct?
He was not an associate. He might have been a vendor to us.
In your written statement today, you state that Blackwater mandates that its security professionals have a security clearance of at least the secret level. Did any Chilean contractors work for Blackwater ever get a security clearance?
I believe what I said is for the WPPS contract, the Americans working on that are doing the PSD mission are required a secret clearance.
Did any Chilean contractors get a security clearance?
I don't know, ma'am.
Because, so if yes, they were provided with classified information. If no, then it's not true that all Blackwater personnel in Iraq have security clearances. On your website, I don't know if it's still there, there was a recent one. There was a jobs fair advertised in Bucharest. And we've heard allegations that Blackwater recruited Serbians and former Yugoslavs with combat experience from the Balkan Wars, some linked to atrocities committed in Croatia and Kosovo and Bosnia, and associates of Milosevic. I'm wondering if you could talk to me about that for a minute.
To my knowledge, we've never employed anyone out of those countries.
Would you know?
There were some Romanians that were on a contract that we took over from a previous competitor, but we phased them out and we use guys out of Latin America now.
Would you know if people have been associated with Pinochet or Milosevic before you hire them? Is this part of your inquiry?
Again, for the State Department, for the static guards that we utilize, third country national soldiers, a high public trust clearance is required where their name, their background, their address, their date of birth, whatever information is available on them is run back through the equivalent country that they're from, a national agency check to ensure that they don't have any criminal record, human rights abuses, or any other bad marks against their name.
Okay, well, we should check into that process. But let me ask a question. You said that you as a company would not work overseas in any way that's not associated with, that the United States does not approve. However, Chile has made a decision not to participate as part of a coalition member in this war. They won't send any troops. Do you have any qualms about hiring people out of Chile to participate actively in this war?
We don't hire anybody from Chile right now, to my knowledge.
Have you ever?
I previously just said that we had. Previously, yes.
And so the answer is you don't have any qualms about doing that based on the fact that Chile has made a public policy decision not to participate.
I believe the persons of that country have a free right to contract. I'll give you an example. The Philippines doesn't allow their personnel to go to Iraq, so we don't hire their people to go to Iraq.
Okay, but you do hire Chileans. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Prince, let me thank you very much. You've been very patient, and you've been here a long time. I do want to acknowledge the presence today of Rhonda Teague and Crystal Badalona, the daughter and wife of Wesley Badalona. And Ms. Schakowsky acknowledged the mother of Jerry Soko, who's in the audience today. These are people from Fallujah. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to ask you more questions about Fallujah. I might, with your permission, send you some questions and ask you to respond for the record, because that was an example. We had a hearing on that issue, and that was an example where one of the ways corporations could make money is not to have fully trained personnel. I don't know if that was the case or not, but it certainly appeared to us that the people were not given adequate protection and training for that Fallujah mission, and it had an unprecedented consequence in the Battle of Fallujah that followed. In closing, let me just say that we really have a remarkably unprecedented experiment going on in the United States today by having private military contractors. It raises a lot of issues. It raises issues about costs. It raises issues about whether it interferes with our military objectives. And I think this hearing and with you and the next witnesses will help us continue to sort through what that means for our nation. We've never had anything of this magnitude before, where we've turned so much of our military activity over to private military that used to be, for the most part, provided by the U.S. military itself. I want to thank you. If Mr. Davis has any last comments, I'll recognize him, and otherwise we have another panel.
Mr. Prince, thank you very much. I think you've, anything else you want to add after all this? Would you like to add anything you didn't get to say?
Thanks for having me. I'd invite some of the leadership of the committee, if they'd like to come and visit our operations, we'd be happy to show you what we do.
Fine. Let me just say, I think we do need a dialogue on what, in our next panel, will tell us the State Department's rationale and the large number of contractors and why they're utilizing that versus active duty. And I think that'll give more clarification to members. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
We'll proceed to our next panel, but we want to give Mr. Prince and his group an opportunity to leave. The committee will now continue on and proceed to our second panel. We have with us Ambassador David M. Satterfield, Special Advisor, the Coordinator for Iraq, U.S. Department of State, Ambassador Richard J. Griffin, Assistant Secretary, Bureau of Diplomatic Security and Director of the Office of Foreign Missions, U.S. State Department, and Mr. William H. Moser, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Logistics Management, U.S. Department of State. Well, I thank the three of you for being here, and I gather you're not taking your seats because you know you're going to take the oath. But it is the practice of this committee to swear in all witnesses. So if you would, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Record will indicate that each of the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Your prepared statements will be in the record in full. We'd like to recognize each of you for an oral statement for 5 minutes, and then after that we'll have questions that we'll want to pursue with you. Mr. Setterfield, Ambassador Setterfield, if we might start with you.
Chairman Waxman, Ranking Member Davis, members of the committee, thank you for inviting me here today and for the opportunity to speak to the vital security that private security firms provide to our State Department personnel. In Iraq, as in Jerusalem, Gaza, and the West Bank, I've been protected by Blackwater and other private security details. As you know, Mr. Chairman, I was the Deputy Chief of Mission in Baghdad from the spring of 2005 until late summer of 2006. I witnessed firsthand what Ambassador Crocker has rightly described as the capability and courage of our protective details, as have many members of Congress, including some, Mr. Chairman, on this committee. The contracting of security personnel for State Department officials is neither new nor unique to Iraq. For example, we have employed private protective security details, PSDs, in Haiti, Afghanistan, Bosnia, as well as Jerusalem, Gaza, and the West Bank. We do not bunker down in dangerous environments, but we do need and we do take prudent precautions to protect the safety and welfare of our personnel. Iraq is a dangerous place. Yet I think we can all agree that our diplomats and civilian personnel need to be able to operate alongside our military colleagues and to have the broadest possible freedom of movement throughout that country. We must be able to interact with our Iraqi counterparts and with the Iraqi population. Without protective security details, we would not be able to have the interaction with Iraqi government officials, institutions, and other Iraqi citizens critical to our mission there. The State Department uses multiple security specialists in Iraq. Furthermore, it should be noted that the Department of State is not the sole client of these security companies. The U.S. military, Iraqi government officials, private Iraqi citizens, independent institutions, and non-governmental organizations, as well as journalists, all use private security firms, of which Blackwater is one of many. A black suburban does not equate Blackwater. Insofar as the State Department security contractors in Iraq are concerned, we demand high standards and professionalism. Those standards include relevant prior experience, strict vetting, specified pre-deployment training, and in-country supervision and oversight. As you know, many of the individuals serving are veterans who have performed honorably in America's armed forces. All Embassy Baghdad security contracts fall under the oversight of the Regional Security Office. Those contracts require high standards, covering areas ranging from conduct and demeanor to use of force to mission operational guidelines. Those standards are written into the company's contracts. These policies, these standards only allow for the use of force when absolutely necessary to address imminent and grave danger against those under their protection, themselves and others. In those rare instances when security contractors must use force, management officials at the embassy conduct a thorough review in each and every instance to ensure that proper procedures were in fact followed. In addition, we are in constant and regular contact with our Iraqi counterparts about such instances, and the incident of September 16th was no exception. I want to underscore, Mr. Chairman, the seriousness with which Secretary Rice and the Department of State view both the events of September 16th and the overall operations of private security contractors working for the Department of State in Iraq. At the direction of the Secretary, we are conducting 3 different reviews. As I stated before, the embassy conducts regular reviews of every security incident. We are conducting a thorough investigation into and review of the facts surrounding the events of September 16th. At the request of the Department of State, the Federal Bureau of Investigation is sending a team to Iraq to assist in the ongoing investigation into that incident allegedly involving Blackwater employees. The Secretary of State has made clear that she wishes to have a probing, comprehensive, unvarnished examination of the overall issue of security contractors working for her department in Iraq. And so we are working on two different fronts, Mr. Chairman. Following direct communication between Secretary Rice and Prime Minister Maliki, our embassy in Baghdad and the Prime Minister's office have established a joint Government of Iraq and U.S. government commission to examine issues of security and safety related to U.S. government-affiliated protective security detail operations. This will also include a review of the effect of CPA Order 17 on such operations. This joint commission will make policy recommendations for resolving any problems it may uncover. Finally, the Secretary has directed Ambassador Patrick Kennedy, a very senior and extremely capable department management officer, to carry out a full and complete review of security practices for our diplomats in Iraq. His review will address the question of how we are providing security to our employees. It will take into account all aspects of this protection, including the rules of engagement and under what jurisdiction they should be covered. Ambassador Kennedy is now in Baghdad with some of his team. And in addition to Ambassador Kennedy, his team will ultimately include General George Jawan, Ambassador Stapleton Roy, and Ambassador Eric Boswell, outsiders who will bring with them clear eyes and an independent view of what needs to be done. This is an extraordinarily well-qualified team, and it has experience directly relative to this review. We are fully committed to working with both our security specialists and the Iraqi government to ensure the safety of U.S. government personnel. Both are and will be essential to our success. With that, Mr. Chairman, Assistant Secretary Griffin, Deputy Assistant Secretary Moser, and I are happy to take your questions.
Neither of you two have opening statements. You're just here to answer questions. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Well, Mr. Ambassador, when Mr. Prince was testifying here earlier today, we asked him about that very disturbing incident on Christmas Eve 2006, and the basic facts of the incident are that a Blackwater contractor shot and killed an Iraqi security guard working for the Iraqi vice president. According to the documents the committee received, Blackwater transported the shooter out of Iraq within 36 hours of the killing, and then it did so with the approval of the Baghdad embassy's regional security officer. Why did the State Department facilitate the departure of the Blackwater contractor suspected of murdering one of the Iraqi vice president's security guards?
As you know, the incident that you described is presently in the Department of Justice for a prosecutive review. I think that to prejudge exactly what occurred that evening, as far as the facts of the case go, would be inappropriate for me at this time.
I am not asking you about the facts of the case. I'm asking you about the State Department's response. Why did the State Department respond in this way?
At the time of the incident, after a number of interviews were conducted, there was no reason for him to stay in Baghdad.
Well, the committee had a briefing from Ambassador Kennedy last week, and he stated that the subjects of investigation should be kept in country because the investigators may need access to them. In fact, when you think about this, this is an obvious point. Why didn't you follow the policy recommended by Ambassador Kennedy?
You can't describe how a case should be handled universally. Each case has to be judged on its own merits, and Ambassador Kennedy may have had some other notion about the proper way to proceed.
Well, this is not an ordinary case. This is a pretty extreme one. You have a private military contractor within the green zone, which is internationally protected area, shoot and kill an Iraqi security guard. And what we saw was that within 36 hours he was ushered out of the country, and the State Department helped that happen. In fact, the documents show that the primary response of the State Department was to ask Blackwater to make a payment to the family in the hope that this would make the problem go away. There's even a discussion among State Department officials about how large the payment should be. One official suggested $250,000, but this was reduced instead to just $15,000. Yesterday, during the State Department's daily press briefing, the agency's spokesman said, quote, "We are scrupulous in terms of oversight and scrutiny not only of Blackwater, but all of our contractors. I would strongly dispute anyone's assertion that the State Department has not exercised good and strong oversight in our efforts to manage these contractors." That was the statement made yesterday. When I look at the State Department response to the Christmas Eve shooting, I don't see scrupulous oversight and scrutiny. I see an effort to sweep the whole incident under the rug. How would you respond to that?
I would say that the area of what laws are available for prosecution is very murky. I believe it's something that the executive and legislative branches have been working on to try and clarify. And I think that that lack of clarity is part of the problem.
So you weren't sure at the State Department whether this was a possible criminal violation when a person hired by a contractor of the United States shoots and kills an Iraqi in the green zone? There's a question of whether this is criminal? Is that why the State Department helped get him out of the country and gave the Blackwater a suggestion how much to pay to get rid of the whole incident?
That's your judgment that that's what happened. I was not there. I think that's why the Department of Justice is examining this case, and they're examining the potential ways that it might be prosecuted.
Well, it just seems to me common sense to say that if there's an examination going on and the man's not there any longer, you can't pursue some of those issues. And the ones to pursue the investigation are the ones right there on the ground. You don't get the guy out of the country as fast as possible and then say we did what we thought was a responsible thing to do. Even the deputy director of the Trade Association representing private security contractors see a problem. He told the Washington, I think it's a she told the Washington, no, he told the Washington Post, Blackwater has a client who will support them no matter what they do. As I view the record, it shows that the State Department is acting as an enabler to Blackwater tactics. The company acts as if they were untouchable for a simple reason. The State Department demands no accountability. They're not accountable to the military. They're not accountable to the Iraqi criminal system. And the State Department, who's the contractor, seems to have acted like they're helping Blackwater get rid of the guy so that the whole incident can go away.
The incident was referred to the Department of Justice of our country for their prosecutive decision and follow-up. They're the prosecutors. The State Department isn't the prosecutive department for the U.S. government.
Have the State Department people been asked any questions by the Department of Justice about this issue?
I'm sure there's been conversation, but I can't
You're sure, but you don't know?
No,
well,
I can't
the fact of the matter is, it seems strange that if there's this kind of situation, there hasn't been any action by the Justice Department to date. This is almost, well, not quite a year, but this is the fall, 9-10 months later. I wonder what it really is going on. Mr. Davis?
Thank you. My friend here said that this was unprecedented in terms of the amount of security going on over there, private security. I just wondered, Mr. Satterfield, my understanding is the State Department has contracted for security services at diplomatic posts throughout the world for decades. Is this unprecedented?
The scale of the operation in Iraq is unprecedented, but the fact of contracting, both through direct hire and by use of private security contractors such as Blackwater, DynCorp, Triple Canopy, and others, is certainly not unprecedented. It is practiced at a number of posts in a number of countries around the world.
If you could go back 4 years, would you have taken this in-house, or would you stick to what we're doing at this point in terms of contracting out?
At the time that the decision was made to use contractors, it was made because there was an immediate need to provide security for U.S. government employees working in a hostile environment, trying to assist the Iraqi people in standing up various civilian agencies. Everyone knows that the military was doing their function there. We were trying to stand up the civilian side of the government, which was pretty much in shambles at that time. In order to fulfill that security mission, in order to be able to immediately deploy people in the near term, contractors were used. The fact is, if we were to attempt to recruit and train diplomatic security agents for that mission, it would take anywhere from 18 months to 2 years to identify them, do all the backgrounds, do the clearance work, 7 months of basic training, follow-on training for high-threat parts of the world.
But also, when the mission winds down, what do you do with them at that point, too?
When the mission ends, you may have more people than you have worked for. There are also specialists that are employed by the contractors, people who have training in helicopter pilots, people who are mechanics for armored vehicles, people who are armorers, people who are medical technicians, etc., that are all part of the requirement that you have when you're working in a combat zone. So for a multitude of reasons, it made good sense to deploy people with the expertise that's needed, but for what was expected to be a short to medium term duration.
But it's been a longer term duration, hasn't it?
It has been. But the fact is, we have used contractors going back to 1994 for this protective security mission when they were first used in Haiti. So those previous contracts, some have come and gone, so it does demonstrate that this is not a career type assignment for somebody.
Is it cheaper to go outside, or would it be cheaper to take them inside and basically start a bureaucracy within the government to handle these kind of things?
Mr. Moser can speak to all the contract costs, but when you're looking at the cost of whether it's a contractor or a person in the military or a person in the State Department, you have to look at what we call the fully loaded cost, which includes all of the expenses, which you're all very well aware of from your dealing with the budget for all these years. The fact is that the cost for a State Department special agent to be deployed in a high-threat area approaches $500,000.
Mr. Moser, do you want to?
Well, I will add one thing to that. You know, we actually do cost analysis in the acquisition activity, and I'm very proud of the cost analysis that they do, because it's particularly if we have a situation as when our first contract to Blackwater was awarded in 2004, we did not have competition, so we had to actually do extensive analysis at that time to make sure that the costs were reasonable. But to add to what Ambassador Griffin has said, you know, I used to work in an office called Global Support Services and Innovation, and we spent many, many months discussing how much it actually costs to position an American overseas, an American diplomat like me or a DS agent. And the prices range from around $400,000 for a regular mission around the world to around $1 million for an American diplomat position in Iraq. So when we talk about using contract employees, I think that we have to be very careful to consider what the fully loaded costs would be of direct hires. And as you've already pointed out very wisely, Congressman Davis, you do have to think about, do you really need these people for a long term?
So basically, when we start comparing costs, and I think earlier someone used the analogy of a sergeant being $60,000 to $80,000 a year and a contract employee being $400,000 a year, those aren't fully loaded costs, and it's not apples to apples. Would that be your?
Well, I'll look at it this way. You know, we have lots of employees in Iraq and the missions around the world. Well, I actually also, one of my duties is to run the transportation part of the State Department, and that's where we move people's household effects around the world. Well, that activity alone is around $220 million a year, and that doesn't appear in that employee's salary costs. That's something that we do for each employee. So that's like, you can say...
So if you divided the number of employees by the 220, you'd get a high number.
That's right, and you can keep on adding these costs. You can, and as I said in my previous assignment, we looked at this. How do you amortize the building cost for over the years and say what the rental price is?
I guess, I mean, I think one of the things that Mr. Waxman and myself and the committee ultimately wants to understand is really what are the costs. And I don't know if we could get GAO to look at that or how we compare apples to apples in an objective, because everybody's got their own numbers on this. And that's something that would be helpful to you, I would think, as well.
It is very helpful to me, and I will say that over the years I've actually discussed this topic with a number of employees at GAO, because it's not an old topic by any means.
No. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Tierney.
Thank you. Can you tell us whether or not the number of diplomatic security service agents has been reduced at the State Department since 2001?
I think Ambassador Griffin's going to need to answer that question.
Ambassador, can you answer that question?
Current staffing is about 1,450, and that does reflect an increase over the past 4 or 5 years. I've been on board 2 years, and I know one of those years we brought on 175 additional agents, and there were some brought on the year before. But I could certainly give you the specifics for the record if you'd like to have that.
Were any of those additional agents brought in with respect to Iraq, or were they for other places around the world?
They're for various places around the world. We have, at the present time, approximately 36 of our agents in Iraq.
Now, I think we can all agree that Baghdad's not just any other embassy right now. It's the largest post, and it's in a war zone. There are about 800 personnel, I think you said earlier, or told the committee earlier, that are involved in the private security detail to protect embassy personnel in Iraq. Would that be accurate?
There are 845 Blackwater personnel in Baghdad and Hilla, and the other 2 contractors have additional resources. So it's about 1,150 total.
Are there any other embassies around the world where the security details are that large?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Now, we're just looking at some of the statistics here. We have reports that say Blackwater engaged in shooting incidents on 195 occasions in less than 3 years. That's about 1.4 times per week. Are there any other embassies around the world in which the security details have been engaged in that many shootings in the last 3 years?
I would say that the environment in Iraq is unique in that we're operating in a combat zone.
So is that a no?
As to whether anyone else has the same
As to whether there's any
level
other
of-
embassy around the world where the security details have engaged in that many shootings in the last 3 years?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. And when we look at the Blackwater reports, we also show that Blackwater has caused at least 16 casualties and significant property damage from firing weapons on over 160 occasions in the last 3 years. Are there any other embassies around the world in which security details have caused that many casualties or that much property damage in the same period of time?
No, but there are no other embassies like Baghdad.
Well, I think we established that in my first question. I was fully in agreement with you that it's a unique situation. So I think Blackwater thinks that all the shootings were justified, and I think that raises another question. That's, you told us that there's a special use of force policy specific to the embassy in Baghdad. And that special policy would allow security forces to do things that ordinarily they might not be able to do, such as shooting at cars that get close to the motorcades. Are there, in fact, special rules on the use of force that permit that type of shooting in Baghdad?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And is there any other place, other than perhaps Afghanistan, is there any other place where those special rules are in effect?
You know, I can't say as I sit here. Each post in the State Department operates under the Chief of Missions firearm policy. In most of our posts, they're fairly similar. All of our agents operate under the normal DOJ guidance for federal law enforcement personnel for deadly use of force.
Well, I guess my point on the special rules that apply to Iraq is that when you have those special rules and the need for those special rules, you're going to be able to shoot at cars that get within a particular distance of a motorcade because you're concerned about an IED attack. That happens over 160 times in 3 years. It appears to me that this might not be a mission for civilian law enforcement agents like the diplomatic security or their contractors. It, in fact, might be a mission for the United States Armed Forces. So the real question we're trying to get here as a committee is whether or not the diplomatic security has enough agents may be beside the point. The question may be whether or not this isn't a case where 800 troops or 845 troops actually should be taking over that mission. And if we're fighting a war and we have 2 different departments, State Department and the Defense Department, maybe they ought to get together and try to figure out, you know, when and how they're going to perform that responsibility. Let me just, in the time left for me, a brief time, just ask a quick question here. On February 4, 2007, the Iraqi government alleged that on that day, Blackwater shot and killed an Iraqi journalist, Hanar el-Amidi, near the Iraqi Foreign Ministry. Is that true?
I'm aware that there were a number of allegations made about shootings in the newspaper. If I may, I'd like to describe what happens when one of our PSD teams is involved in a shooting incident so we can have a clear understanding of how the procedures work.
Could I ask you, in the course of doing that, if the chairman is going to allow us to get into this, my way of approaching that, if you'd be good enough to work with me on that, is let us know which of the incidents the State Department has actually investigated, and then tell us whether or not you can provide us with copies of that investigation. And then after you've done that, we'll be happy to hear the way that you go about doing it.
We will provide you copies of every investigation that's been done. The standard procedure is when one of our protective security details is on a mission and a weapon is fired, as soon as they get back to the international zone, the team that was involved in that incident comes to the Tactical Operations Center, which is the hub for DS operations. Members of the team are segregated. They're interviewed by DS agents to report what had happened. Within 24 hours, they have to provide a written sworn statement as to what happened. The statements are reviewed to make sure that the statements are consistent as to what occurred. They're reviewed by management at the post, and on a parallel track, on a weekly basis, our people who manage our overseas protective operations have weekly meetings with our contractors. So at the same time, they are also exchanging information about any incident that might have occurred during the course of that week.
Thank you, Mr. Tierney. Mr. Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll probably ask you some questions that we asked of the CEO of Blackwater, because I'd like to get a perspective of that from the State Department. First of all, would it be more effective if we used active Army personnel to provide these services? Or more cost-effective, or generally more effective?
I think that the professional men and women in the armed forces could do this mission, provided that they were given the training that professional security specialists have. It's not the normal military training that they receive to go out and fight a war. When you're in a professional security mission where your mission is to protect the person who is your principal, and you come under fire, your response is not to stay and fight. Your response is to get off the X.
So the mission is more defensive than offensive.
That's right.
Several times it's been suggested that the department's contract with Blackwater and other firms was sole source, a sole source contract.
Mm-hmm.
Was it awarded improperly or not?
I think I need to take that question, Mr. Burton. In 2004, as the U.S. government made the transition from the Coalition Provisional Authority to a U.S. embassy presence, we decided to do a sole source contract for Blackwater to provide the personal security services that Blackwater provides. That was the only time that this contract has been sole sourced in the Department of State. The reason we did that was for urgent and compelling reasons, and essentially there was a fully signed document by the proper officials within the State Department in order that signed that justification. We were under a very, very urgent situation to make that transition. We had to make an effective transition and provide the security services so that the embassy could get up and running. That document for urgent and compelling reasons was signed by the procurement executive of the State Department, by the Department's legal counsel for acquisitions, and by all the necessary officials in both diplomatic security and in the acquisition activity. We did not like doing a sole source award to Blackwater, and therefore at the close of 2004, we asked our OIG to get an audit of their price proposal. And Mr. Waxman actually put the results of that audit in his letter of yesterday, and we were very glad to see that there, because that was an audit that the acquisition activity asked for. The reason we asked for is that sometimes we need an outside audit to come in and take a look at a contractor to see if the rates are correct. In the actual results of that audit, we were able to take part of the Blackwater contract costs, which were Blackwater proposed around $140 million, and negotiate those down to $106 million. So we think that the audit was a very positive thing. Then the next year, in 2005, this contract was incorporated into the Worldwide Protective Services contract, and it was competitively bid and awarded.
That was a very thorough answer. In the opinion of the State Department, are the contractors out of control, or are any of them untrained?
Well, I know that by the terms of the contract, they are very well trained. I will defer to my colleagues in diplomatic security to answer the question about out of control. As part of the contracting activity, I would not make that judgment, but that is where we would rely on the advice of the programmatic people.
Would one of you ambassadors like to comment?
If I may, Mr. Burton. All of the WPPS contractors who are employed under the terms of that contract must have at least 1 year of prior military experience, prior law enforcement experience. Very often, the military experience is special forces. The law enforcement experience is SWAT-type experience. Upon being identified, they have to successfully undergo a background check. They have to qualify for a secret clearance from our government. And they also have to go through a training course, which has been prescribed by DS, of 164 hours in order to give them specific training on the mission that they'll be tasked to do when they arrive in country.
I see my time's expired. I had some more questions, Mr. Chairman. Are we going to have a second round, or?
Planning on it, but how much more do you have?
Oh, just one or two more.
Why don't you see if you can do the one or two more?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that.
Give you another minute.
When your contractors fire first at a vehicle speeding towards a chief of mission motorcade, is that a violation of the contract rules of engagement?
Absolutely not.
Well, tell me from your perspective what takes place and what should take place. That'll be my last
in the
question.
use of force policy, which is prescribed in the chief of mission policy in Baghdad, and it's in our standard operating procedures for our high threat protection division, one does not have to wait until the protectee or a co-worker is physically harmed before taking action. We have an escalation of force policy in order to try and take a number of steps prior to having to go to the use of the firearms that our people carry. On the back of all of our motorcade vehicles, in Arabic and English, there's a warning to stay back 100 meters. These vehicles are operating with lights and sirens. If a vehicle approaches from the rear when everyone else has stopped or goes around stopped vehicles and appears to be approaching our convoy, hand signals will be given, verbal commands will be given in order to get the attention of that driver, in order to get them to stop. If they still haven't gotten their attention, they'll shoot a flare at the vehicle, which also will get their attention, but it won't hurt anybody. They'll use a bright light to shine at the vehicle. If the vehicle's still coming, they may even throw a bottle of water at the vehicle. Having all of those steps failed, they will put a round in the radiator of the vehicle or a couple of rounds to try and stop the vehicle. If the vehicle continues to come, realizing the number of VBIED attacks that occur in this environment, they're then authorized for their safety and the safety of the people they're protecting to shoot into the windshield in order to stop that vehicle.
Okay.
But it's
Thank you, Mr.
an escalation of force policy, as we call it.
Thank you. Ms. Watson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The panel has spoken about how important private security contractors are for the State Department and how good they are at their jobs. Ambassador Griffin, in your prepared testimony, you referred to private contractors as a skilled cadre of security professionals. And Ambassador Satterfield, you mentioned that you demand high standards and professionalism from these contractors. In general, you feel that private security companies do a good job in carrying out their mission of protecting State Department personnel?
Madam Congresswoman, we do believe that the overall mission of security contractors in Iraq is performed exceedingly well, with professionalism, with courage. The undertaking that the Secretary of State has made is to have a comprehensive review of all of those operations, to look at the mission, to look at the resources brought to the mission, to look at all aspects of procedures, rules of engagement, questions of jurisdiction and authority, to take a solid look at whether something better can be done, whether there are issues that need to be addressed. And then we're going to expose that to outsiders for independent review.
Let me just cut you off. Are you doing that review for all security or just for those in the theater in Iraq?
For all private security contractors operating in Iraq.
Okay. Now, you know I've been an ambassador. I probably am the only one in Congress at the time in the House that's been there. And I would insist that you do that, because I had an incident with a private contractor at my post where he would knock trainees down and then kick them with the point of his boot. I would have fired him, but the word back from the State Department is that there's no one else to hire. So I would hope that would be broad-based, the investigation, and not just there. One of the major reasons this committee has expressed some skepticism about the use of Blackwater and other private security contractors is because of the great respect we have for all the men and women who wear the uniform in Iraq. And we trust the military to face our most pressing challenges and stand up to our greatest threats. And yet, for all your statements about the skill and professionalism of these private contractors, and I'm a witness, if you want to come and talk to me privately, I will tell you about my experiences with these private contractors. So many in the military have been very critical of private security contractors in Iraq, and especially Blackwater. Brigadier General Carl Hurst said, "These guys run loose in this country and do stupid stuff." I'm quoting. "There's not authority over them." You know, I was the authority over my security team when I was the ambassador, and I reprimanded them for how they treated their trainees. So there's not authority over them, so you can come down on them when they escalate force. They shoot people, and someone else has to deal with the aftermath. It happens all over the place, unquote. An Army Lieutenant Colonel serving in Iraq said of Blackwater, "They are immature shooters and have very quick trigger fingers. Their tendency is to shoot first and ask questions later. We are all carrying their black eyes." Now, that's a quote. A senior U.S. commander serving in Iraq said, "Many of my peers think Blackwater is oftentimes out of control. They often act like cowboys over here." Another U.S. military commander put it bluntly, "Iraqis hate them, the troops don't particularly care for them, and they tend to have a know-it-all attitude, which means they rarely listen to anyone, even folks that patrol the grounds on a daily basis." And I can go on, but I'd like you to address how we can, if you will, be sure that our military has the training. You, the State Department, contract, and you go to private firms. If you see areas of our training that are missing, would you make that recommendation to the Department of Defense?
Madam Congresswoman, there are different missions in Iraq today. Certainly, the issues you raise are ones that can be considered by the Department of Defense and by the Joint Chiefs in terms of the mission to be assigned to U.S. forces, whether in Iraq or elsewhere. I really can't speak to that. What I can speak to is the oversight and accountability which the Department of State has and must exercise over those private security contractors that work for us today in Iraq. That is a responsibility we take quite seriously. It's a responsibility that we will be carrying out in terms of this overall review in a very comprehensive fashion, and we will make the results of that
my time
available.
is up, and there's a call to go to the floor. But I'd just like to say in closing, as I run out the door, I think somebody from the State Department ought to come and talk to me. Okay.
Thank you, Ms.
We will
Watson.
get on your schedule at your earliest convenience. Look forward
Shays?
to talking to you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, would you agree that there's a huge difference between an ambassador in a country where there's not a threat to their lives and the challenge that that ambassador would have with a contracting team that's to protect them, and one in places like Jordan and other areas in the Middle East, and particularly Iraq? Is there not a big difference?
The environment.
In other words, don't you have a lot more contractors having to secure people in a place like Iraq versus what an ambassador would have to protect his or her well-being?
Some of the personnel that we have under contract.
I want you to move the mic closer, please.
I'm
move
sorry.
the mic closer to you, please.
Some of the people at our posts around the world are part of our local guard force. And those local guards.
You know, you're not answering the question. I asked, is there a difference? And you
there
can
is
say
there's
yes
a huge
or no.
difference between Baghdad.
There is a huge difference.
My point is there are guards.
Case closed. Let me take the next question.
Okay.
I don't only have 5 minutes.
Okay.
It's an easy answer. There's a big difference. The men and women who are being defended in Iraq by security people, their lives are in danger every day. Now, Mr. Satterfield, isn't it true the ambassador has responsibility in Iraq for those security personnel?
Indeed, he does.
Would you move the mic closer, please?
Indeed, he does, Congressman.
Thank you. And does exercise it?
Yes, he does.
Thank you. Would you tell me, Mr. Satterfield, can you describe the process that is followed by the department? Excuse me. Let me ask this question. If there were sufficient, I'd like to know if there were sufficient military personnel to provide armed escorts for convoys in Baghdad and by contacts protection, would you still use contractors to provide such security?
As I mentioned a minute ago, Mr. Shays, if the outstanding young men and women of the military received training in protective security operations, then they certainly would be capable of performing this mission.
That's not what I asked. I want to know if you have a preference for using, and I'm sorry, you know, these are basically simple questions. I want to know if your choice is between people, outside contractors, or would you like to use the resources of the military to have to spend their time to protect State Department employees? Do you want State Department employees to go around in Humvees with lots of armored personnel, or would you prefer that they go around the way they do in civilian clothes with people who are securing them that aren't in Army uniforms? If you prefer the Army, tell me to do it.
All I was saying is the Army would be capable of doing it if it was done in the manner that we prescribed, which would not be Humvees, it would not be in uniforms. The protective security personnel that we utilize are trained for that specific mission.
If they were Army personnel, would they be under your command and oversight, or would they be under the command of the Army?
If they were performing a protective mission of the ambassador and other...
do you command the Army, or does the Army command the Army?
The Army commands the
So
Army.
the answer is, isn't it, that the Army would be, they would be under the command of the Army and not under your jurisdiction and oversight, if they were, in fact, Army? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No. Well,
I'm just
I guess
asking
they
the
would
question. Yes, sir. Okay. The issue, let me ask you this. Would it be a problem if, in fact, you had no responsibility and they were to be answerable to the Army, generals and so on.